Good evening. I want to welcome you to the June 9th, 2021 regular meeting of the Palm Springs Planning Commission. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Irvin is excused and Vice Chairman Ruzzi is excused. Commissioner Hirschbein?
Present.
Commissioner Roberts?
Present.
Commissioner Song?
Present.
And Chair Remick.
Present.
4 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can I have a report on the posting of the agenda, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, our agenda was posted on Thursday, June 3rd, and our meeting has been published in accordance with state law.
Thank you. We are at the acceptance of the agenda. Commissioner Roberts has asked to be recused on the May 26th study session minutes. Actually, I'll go into that later. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Hirschbein, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Roberts, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Next, we are at public comments. This time has been set aside for members of the Planning Commission or of the public to address the Planning Commission on consent calendar and other agenda items and items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission. Please note that the Planning Commission is prohibited from taking action on items not listed on the posted agenda. 3 minutes will be allowed for each speaker. Testimony on public hearing items can be offered at this time or at the time of the hearing. Members of the public who would like to comment on 1A, 1B, 3A, or 3B are directed to comment under this portion of the session. 3A is the amendments to the Palm Springs Hotel project, and 3B is Ehoff Canyon View. We'll be opening the public comment period. Are there members of the public, Mr. Newell, who've requested to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair, I've received some comments in the chat from members who would like to speak. If anyone else would like to speak at this time, please send me a chat that you would like to speak, or please raise your hand by clicking on the reaction button at the bottom of your screen and raise hand. The first speaker we have is Bettina Rosmarino.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Bettina Rosmarino and I'm on the board of Oswett Land Trust and also founder of Palm Springs Wildlife Advocates. I spoke about this project on East Palm Canyon and Matthew Drive at the last Planning Commission meeting. I'm grateful to you for continuing to hear comments. Well, we understand that the city is not going to pursue the CEQA issues we raised at the last hearing. We still believe there is compelling evidence to preserve the perimeters of this project, the wash along East Palm Canyon and the mature vegetation along Matthew Drive from East Palm Canyon to the bend, as well as the native desert willow tree in the southwest corner of the parcel. Oswett Land Trust is a partner of the California Natural Resources Agency's Natural and Working Lands Climate Strategy and Pathways for Governor Newsom's 30 by 30 strategy. I know it's a mouthful, but the strategy aims to protect 30% of California's land and water resources by 2030. This is the state initiative follow-up to the federal initiative that President Biden has enacted. The reason that I bring up this important coalition is that yesterday on a call, it was noted that 27% of California's lands are desert and that deserts are responsible for 10% of California's carbon sequestration. Much of that sequestration happens with mature ecosystems with deep, complicated root systems and extended biomass underground. When we allow excavation and wholesale destruction of these mature systems, we are wiping out that important sequestration along with habitat. Even small corridors of mature native ecosystems are essential to wildlife, underground biomass, and climate change prevention. We received 1 inch of rain this winter, down 3 inches from previous years and 4 inches historically. Ripping out root systems that are harvesters of water while being concerned about rain roof runoff seems incredibly short-sighted by the developer. Oswett Land Trust is not asking that the density of this project be changed. The developer doesn't want to go back to his engineers to see if there is a more holistic approach to managing on-site water flow while maintaining the wash and vegetation perimeters. For a small upfront cost relative to the cost of the entire project to change the engineering that could utilize the interior of the parcel for on-site water flow, the developer will balk while the community has to live with these upheavals for many years to come. We will never get this native ecosystem back, not in our lifetimes. Desert soils, when disturbed and excavated, take 300 to 5,000 years to regenerate. That seems to be a very inequitable exchange just for uniformity in landscape design. Climate change is here to stay. For instance, Joshua trees are on the state's candidate list for endangered species. We may lose them completely in the next few decades. Our land strategies for maintaining as much ecosystem as we possibly can will be something we look back on and say, if only. We are asking that the Planning Commission require the developer to preserve these perimeters, including the 50-year-old native desert willow in the southwest corner of the parcel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is S. Kleinberg, and please state your full name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Farron Kleinberg. I'm an attorney with Jackson Titus, representing EHOP Canyon View, the owner of the Canyon View project, and my comments are for item 3B. By way of background, this project was approved in 2017. The approvals include a vesting tentative map, meaning that the project has a vested right to proceed, and it also has adopted mitigation measures already in place to address potential impacts. Canyon View is before you tonight for a substantial conformance finding based on review of the final plans compared to the approved preliminary plans. This is not an opportunity to revisit or redesign the project or its approved mitigation measures. The review is more limited, and here the final plans substantially conform. One revision that has received attention is the perimeter. The project originally had concrete flood channels along Matthew Drive and South Linden Way to address off-site flows. The flood control district had proposed improvements to cut off these flows, but the developer did not want to wait for the district's improvements to proceed. The city encouraged EHOP to wait and to tie into these improvements rather than construct the concrete channels. And so EHOP prepared the updated plans. This was reviewed and approved already in 2019. So instead of concrete channels, the project has more landscaping and continues to address its on-site flows. The development footprint, the development standards, and the uses all remain the same. So the project is in substantial conformance with the preliminary plans. Regarding CEQA, as addressed in the letter my office submitted and in the memo by the city CEQA consultant, additional review is not triggered and it's not appropriate at this time. CEQA review was addressed in 2017, again in 2019, and once a project has an approved MND like Canyon View, CEQA actually prohibits additional review, absent limited circumstances that are not triggered here. There are no new or increased impacts and no new information of substantial importance. Development of the entire site, biological resources on site, flood control improvements, and removal of the concrete channels have all been known for years. This was analyzed and this was approved. And just to note that under state law, the city is prohibited from disapproving the project, imposing conditions that the project be developed at a lower density, or imposing conditions that could have been included with the original approval. So again, we're here tonight to ask for your review of the final development plans. The plans substantially conform to the preliminary plans, so we ask that you approve. Thank you for your time.
Okay, our next speaker is Scott Crawford.
Yeah, hi, my name is Scott Crawford, and I work for Wood Environmental Infrastructure. I was recently hired by EHOP Canyon View LLC as their project biologist. We also work with Riverside County Flood Control on their Line 41 project, so we're intimately involved with the cutting off of those channels and the revertment of that habitat to a non-Casey's June beetle habitat over time. And so what happens when you cut off that flows is eventually this population is going to cease to exist. Through the consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for this project, rather than waiting for a flood control project to implement their flood control design, they have incorporated a mitigation measure for the purchase of an offsite property that actually has a significant more Casey June beetle individuals on that property. And they're in the process of purchasing that land and putting a conservation area on it, as well as a non-wasting endowment, and then managed by a third-party management team. The other issue that I wanted to bring up was the mitigation requirements. And as their consultant, our job is to make sure that all of the mitigation requirements, whether they're the conditions of approval in the MND or the individual conditions in the regulatory agency permits, is the first thing that we do is we create a matrix that makes sure that we're going to identify every one of those and make sure that they're all in compliance. So that typically starts with a pre-construction notice to all the resource agencies in the city when they're going to start construction. We do our pre-construction surveys to make sure that all of the nesting birds and critters are on the project site are not going to be impacted by that construction activity. We then go through and meet with the construction crew on day one and have a WEAP training, which is a worker environmental awareness program, which allows us the time to educate the construction crews on what to avoid and how to avoid it. We then monitor the installation of the safety fence to make sure that they don't go outside of their required footprint. And then they start construction, which we're on site every day during the initial vegetation removal and grading to ensure that none of the sensitive and common species are impacted during the project. After the initial grading is over, we then do spot checks to make sure that there's no new nesting birds or any other species that have entered the project that would be considered sensitive. And then at the end of construction, we come back and do a final construction monitoring report, and we submit that to all the required agencies as well as the city. Our job is to make sure that everybody's in compliance, whether it's through the dust control or water quality or birds or Casey's June beetle. Our job is to make sure that all the environmental issues are covered. Thank you.
Can I get the caller's name again?
That was Scott Crawford.
Wasn't it Mr. Woods?
Scott Crawford.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker we have Jane Garrison.
Thank you very much. Jane Garrison, Executive Director from Oswett Land Trust. I had a page of notes in front of me, and I'm sitting here shaking my head, listening to the testimony of someone hired by the developer saying that they're not going to harm common species. They're not going to harm nesting birds. They're going to make sure that all these critters are safe and out of the way when the construction starts. That to me is such a knock to all of our intelligence. How do you grade a property and how do you bulldoze a wash and then at the same time say you're going to make sure the animals are protected? We did, as the Planning Commission asked, we did a Zoom meeting with the developer. Unfortunately, he was not the owner of the property, so he's not the decision maker. He actually was not willing to work with us at all. He said what we were asking for by just remaining that small perimeter of this project to remain intact, he called that radical. Meanwhile, we were not asking for the density of the project to be reduced or anything to be changed just to protect the critters and the endangered species who call that home. I disagree with the attorney for the developer as far as the CEQA, and I disagree with the summary by the city's consultant. There has been a significant change. The change is that it is no longer needed to destroy that wash. That is a significant change. If you would talk to Fish and Wildlife now, they would actually want to do on-site mitigation because that is always their first choice. And without having to make cement basins out of the wash, they have the opportunity now. So if we were to challenge this, and it would take years of challenges, we could challenge it because a full EIR has not been done. What we are saying is, why do this? Why would we go down this route when we can compromise and see that that perimeter, which is going to be a perimeter anyway, is intact? We also spoke with our engineer who specializes in hydrology, and we were waiting from Flynn and the engineering department for the full engineering report that the developer actually submitted, because our engineer feels that they can do this project without destroying that wash. It's just that they don't want to do this project without destroying the wash. What we're asking for is so minimal. What we're saying is just leave this rich wash alone. Let us enhance it with more native habitat. And they talk about this being legal. And just because something is legal doesn't mean it's ethical. We can do better than this. Come on, we are Palm Springs. We're not like everywhere else. Let's think outside the box. Let's make this perimeter beautiful without destroying the critters and the endangered species who live there. I know we can do this together, and we're willing to help. So I urge you to please let that remain. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carleen Hart.
Good evening, commissioners. I am the chair of the Rimrock NORG, and this project sits right in the heart of our neighborhood. I'm really disappointed with this developer and his resistance to a small change to the project. I look at it as maybe he could market the fact that you're going to buy a home and over here on the perimeter, there is a natural habitat with quail and rabbits and roadrunners that will be here and you can see them. And maybe we could even have an eco tour over there to introduce the residents to what living in the desert is really about. Unless you forget, you had said no to the CUP on Matthew for the VIP motor storage. Well, the city council overruled you. So we already lost a lot of habitat. And as you know, that property is directly across from Canyon View. It makes me very concerned that the developer doesn't have a shovel in the ground yet and is saying, I'm not going to work with you guys. That doesn't bode well for my neighborhood at all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. The next speaker we have is Steve Summers.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Hi. Yes, I'm Steve Summers, and I'm a resident across the way from the EHOF project. I moved to Palm Springs in 2018 from Northern California. And first of all, I want to thank you, the Planning Commission, for their service. I'm on some boards, and I know that these things can be a bit thankless. So I appreciate your service to the community. I really support the voices which want to revisit the mitigation plan. It just seems like common sense to me. There have been enough changes in the landscape and the dog park and some other areas to revisit, what's happening over there. One of the things I've learned in the process, I got involved in this a little bit late, is that I previously lived in Sonoma and Marin, and the development up there is very careful in this day and age, and this feels like it's not particularly careful. This feels like an example, there's 7 to 9 really heritage trees mostly on the perimeter of that project. And I don't see anywhere that they're going to be preserved. Those trees are probably 30 to 50 years old, substantial trunk sizes. And if you walk around there, you'll see there's falcons, there's roadrunners, there's chipmunks, squirrels, rabbits. They're clustered mostly around those trees.
How was your day so far?
Somebody's speaking on top of me. So I think that really, we're going to cut down those trees which were established and are not irrigated. And then what are we going to do? We're going to plant trees that need to be watered. That makes no sense. As I said, on the extreme perimeters of the project, you could create islands around those trees for the habitat and Casey's June beetle, et cetera. So climate change is upon us. Mature trees absorb CO2 like nothing else. And the city's language is that all this is standard and in conformance. And I just think that lacks common sense. I think you should come up with a plan to save the perimeter and these trees, and beyond that, adopt a heritage tree plan for the city that would protect these in the future. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tanya Petrovna.
Unmute. I'm unmuting. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Oh, am I on camera?
we can hear you, but we don't see you.
And to start video. Okay. Thank you for hanging on. Okay. Hello, I'm Tanya Petrovna, and I'm calling in. Thank you for your time to please on the project on Matthew and East Palm Canyon to keep the perimeter. I mean, I really don't think it's much to ask. I moved to the area in 1960. I'm sorry the developer didn't come earlier when there was so much land, but there's nothing left. There's no native species that we see hardly at all. When quail used to roam freely, it's gone. We need to preserve something. I think water usage is extremely important, and to note those old growth trees and the wildlife that live there will take no extra water. It does seem common sense, and it seems like it's the right thing to do. The developer could so step it up and just to be a beacon and do something different and novel and noble. And I think to kill the wildlife, I know they have an expert that says they won't, but if you displace a bunch of animals and their territory is already taken across the highway, or they're not mountain, they don't live in the foothills, they're land animals, where are they going to go? To Vaughn's, go shopping? I don't think so. Please, if you would do this, it's just, you have so much help with the University of California here, with the master gardeners, with the conservation groups that are ready to jump on board and help with this. I mean, how cool would that be? And how cool would we be? So please help save this perimeter, help save the wildlife, and do it for the future generations. I'd like to show something that a 7-year-old customer brought in to me, knowing about this situation. And maybe it's not a gas station, but it means something. And this is, how they think too. So this is from a 7-year-old. And you know what? Let's just do the right thing and everyone can be happy. Even the developer eventually, because they'll have increased market value for having desert perimeter around. Thank you. Signing off. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Save the desert.
Our next speaker is Jim. I don't have your last name on the video, so if you could announce your full name, please, for the record.
Sorry about that. My name is Jim Gray. Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time, and thank you for thinking about sustainable development in Palm Springs, or at least being very thoughtful about how we do things. We purchased in Palm Springs in 2012 and have very much enjoyed a lot of what this commission has done over the years and decisions. And so just really sort of a brief comment of support for the voices of the thoughtful approach with regard to how the request on the table from folks from wanting to preserve this small space of land in the larger parcel is not uprooting sort of what's already there. And it's allowing sort of people and environment to come together in an appropriate way here in our city. So rather than moving beetles to another location, or choosing for what's already there to live somewhere else to accommodate us, it doesn't seem like it's a big lift for this developer to just have a rethink and come back and bring the environment and then the folks that will eventually live here using the space together in a sustainable manner. So that's my comment. Thank you very much for your thoughtful consideration and your time.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Patty Schenker.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, commissioners. I wrote you this morning, but I want to reiterate my feelings here. I strongly urge you to stop the bulldozing of the wash for the EHOF project. Our home is by the wash on Riverside Drive, and we love the sights and sounds of all the wildlife who live there. That's why I find it heartbreaking that the developer wants to destroy this other wash when it is absolutely unnecessary. There are endangered species like the Casey's June beetle, who only live here in Palm Springs, and other endemic animals, as well as mature native plants and trees, including a 50-year-old or older willow tree. Native habitat should be preserved, not bulldozed for landscaping. There is no reason to destroy this wash, and I strongly urge that you require that the perimeter remain untouched for this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The last speaker that we have is David Hardy. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak, please let me know. Otherwise, David will be our last speaker.
Great. Good evening, Madam Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is David Hardy. I'm the project representative for EHOF Canyon View LLC. Just to speak specifically to stormwater and the landscape changes in front of you tonight as part of the substantial conformance review, I just want to stress that we did take a methodical approach to incorporating our design with line 41 after city staff had us change their plans back in 2019. We interfaced with Riverside County Flood Control to carefully collaborate on their design, presented different design scenarios to Marcus Fuller and city engineering staff, ERSC, the city's outside plan checker, Army Corps of Engineers, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and planning staff to elicit feedback to get to where we are at today. The main goal of these updates was to minimize changes from the approved PDD plan and really enhance the public benefit of the project in the areas that did change. And those areas were the concrete line channels along Matthew and Linden. Moreover, as part of line 41, the Riverside County Flood Control did do a full EIR as line 41 has impacts to this Canyon View site. Line 41 effectively cuts off all off-site flows, which relegates the washes that are on the Canyon View site today to desert scrub in the future, because again, those floods are cut off. So along with the county's line 41 EIR, along with our own M&D, in a sense, the mitigations that we are doing are being doubled up by the County Riverside as well. Prior to the hearing on May 26th, I was informed that the Planning Commission requested I prepare a pre-presentation really highlighting the changes in detail, and which I hope to share with you when item 3B is heard tonight. I can also speak to the conversations I've had with Oswald Land Trust, which is dated back to March of this year, and also speak to comments heard tonight regarding the project perimeter and the constraints that I have given keeping the development footprint of the internal layout of the site as is. Thank you for your time.
If you would stay, I will be calling you up when we get to this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, we do have actually, let's see, one additional speaker, Ruth, if you could state your full name for the record, please.
Hello, Ruth Cienfuego.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Ruth Cienfuego, sorry.
You're on if you would speak.
All right. Thank you so much. I was born and raised here. I've spent my entire life here, and we know why we're all here. We're here because we love the desert. We love the desert. We love it for its landscaping. We love it for its contribution to the environment and for its peacefulness. We know that the city is growing. It always has. It will continue to. And that's a beautiful thing when it's done reasonably and responsibly. We're only asking as the public for the betterment and the public interest for reasonable considerations here. Why would we destroy something beautiful that's natural habitat that will wipe out an endangered species, age-old, 50-year-old willow growth? Why would we ever do that in replacement of a water-consuming, gluttonous, horrific, ugly landscape that is hideous? It's just not logical. It makes no sense whatsoever. And it's heartbreaking to all of us who visit here, love it here, and have any participation here. It's why we live here, the beautification, the peacefulness, and the continuity. We want that. The public has spoken out on this continuously throughout every year in constant, unanimous voice. We do not want ugly landscaping. We want nature. We want to enjoy the environment. We want to appreciate what we come here for, what we live here for, the desert. Now, carbon, well, we all know that we absolutely need the desert for its 10% contribution to the universe and the population. 300 years for recovery. You've heard the experts speak. It's not possible. I don't have 300 years. Do you have 300 years? I don't think so. Do your children have it? No. So why would we damage our environment, our visual appreciation? Why would we want to send away our people that live here and the people that appreciate it and visit here? We don't want to insult. We don't want to lessen the experience here. We want to better it. We want to work together so that we can prosper together, but do it responsibly. We've seen what growth is when it's irresponsible and it's hideous. It takes 10,000 times the effort to correct it. We don't have to be that way. Let's be wise. Let's grow and learn from our experience. Keep the perimeter. It's a small thing to ask. And by the way, if anyone, as I heard earlier, should say to us, bulldozing doesn't damage the environment, it doesn't disrupt the life there, we know what that is. It starts with a B, but it isn't bulldoze. So we cannot go with that. That's just not acceptable. Vote, please, with your heart, your conscience, and your knowledge responsibly for what's the betterment for all the people. And that's a small adjustment that'll be good for them. It'll make the project more viable and more appreciated, and people will spend more money there. That's the whole point of business, isn't it? We want to build up their possibilities as well as protect everyone's investment in life, in environment, and in experience. Make it better for everyone. Please join us in preserving the perimeter. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I believe that is it, Madam Chair.
Mr. Newell, is there anyone speaking from 3A? Since that is not a public hearing.
I do have Rob Byrne. Let's see, Bernhardt.
If he's here, this would be the time for him to speak.
Let's
see. Madam Chair, also we have Brian Martinelli, who's representing the project. Mr. Newell, if I remember correctly, we had the public hearing on this at the last meeting. And so consequently, what we will probably want to do is open the public hearing again on item 3A.
Correct. Yes.
Correct.
So Madam Chair, for item 3A, we will have the applicant speak at that time.
Thank you. The next item, public hearing is closed. The next item is the consent calendar. Item 1A is approval of minutes for May 12th, 2021, and the May 26th study session minutes and the May 26th, 2021 regular meeting minutes. Mr. Roberts, Commissioner Roberts, has recused himself from the study session minutes. And the second item is 1B, Ken and Melissa Erickey, owners for a major architectural review for the construction of a 3,900 square foot single-family home in a hilltop lot located at 2216 Monument Court. I have some comments on the May 26th meeting minutes. So before we take a motion, let me just say what those comments, Commissioner Song?
I also have comments.
Okay, on the May 26th meeting minutes, the transcriber left out comments that I made on the EHOF project relating to the purview of the commission to make changes in the landscape plan irrespective of a decision on the CEQA issues and responses to that. And also I had comments on the massing and a concern that the applicant look at maintaining the same footprint for the 3 towers as they were adding units, to not add to additional massing to Indian Canyon. Those comments were left out. I kind of thought the transcriber might have gotten tired, but I would like to see my comments included. Commissioner Song?
Yes, similar to comments on page 2, where the comment was made on the north property line to offset the building and take advantage of the setback to create to take advantage of the setback and shape the building differently.
So what I would propose is that we not include these minutes, that they come back to us amended. And so I would take a motion that included 1A with the recusal of Commissioner Roberts, but not including the minutes of the regular meeting of May 26th and the and 1B. Is there a motion? Commissioner Hirschbein?
I'll move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hirschbein,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Song,
Yes.
Chair Womack.
Yes. Okay, moving right along. Congratulations to the Erkes for the approval of their house. We're now going to public hearings. The first public hearing is 2A, Adriatic Vacation Club, Inc., owner for a conditional use permit to convert an existing hotel into 45 apartments per section 92.12.02 D18 of the Palm Springs zoning code, located at 2300 and 2330 North Palm Canyon Drive. Staff report.
Madam Chair, we are requesting that this item be continued. While we had indicated on the agenda for a continuance to the June 23rd meeting, staff is still looking at some of the issues with the project. So we would request that this be continued to a date uncertain. And once we're ready to bring it back to the commission, we would do a new notice for the item.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
thank you. That passes unanimously. 2B, Project Indigo LLC for a conditional use permit application to operate a type 6 cannabis cultivation, processing, and distribution facility within a 61,833 square foot commercial greenhouse facility located along the north side of 19th Avenue and west of the Indigo Power Plant, Zone E2, which is in the cannabis overlay zone. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. And for the record, this application before you is for a type 2B cultivation cannabis facility. It is proposed to be a 172,785 square foot greenhouse facility to be built in 2 phases. Phase 1 is 6,833 square foot, and phase 2 will be 110 5,952 square feet. Again, as stated by Madam Chair, the site is within the cannabis overlay zone. The odor control plan was reviewed and approved by the city's consultant. So this is an area view of the location. And as you can see, the area is mostly surrounded by energy type related uses and some vacant areas. To the northeast section of the site, there is a mobile home. It is about 4,650 feet away from the site. So as I mentioned, phase one of the project is for a 61,833 square foot. This is going to be a greenhouse facility specifically for cultivation. This is the site plan for the project. And this is a rendering of phase one. So what you have on the top is a rendering of the enclosed area for the cannabis facility. And these two pictures below are the interior of the facility. These are the interior images. This is the floor plan of the greenhouse. So you have areas that are reserved for growth, the garden area, and then the office and processing area to the front. These are the greenhouse sections of the plan. And so this image here shows the elevations for the phase one. Now, this is how the facility will look like upon the completion of the phase two. As you can see, it will be a lot larger facility once that is complete. That's what the rendering on the top is showing. And then the images below are the interior of the facility. And this will become the overall site plan once the phase two is completed. It will be for a total of 172,785 square foot. And this would be the floor plan of phase two. These are the cross sections of the greenhouse facility. And again, this is how the elevation will look like. So on the odor control plan, as I mentioned earlier, it has been reviewed and approved by the city's consultant. And there are 4 zones that the facility will be divided into. There is Zone A and Zone B would be particularly made to be able to mitigate odors from the facility. I did state in your staff report the type of measures, and the odor control plan itself has additional information on the type of exhaust fans and the type of measures to be taken that will mitigate odors from the facility. So just in case you're wondering of how the site looked like, these are the pictures of the existing conditions at the site. As I mentioned earlier, the area is mostly surrounded by windmills and some industrial type of uses in the area. So there are specific findings that are required of the CUP for cannabis facility. And looking at those, this facility does conform to the separation distance that is required for protected uses and other criteria for cannabis as required in section 93-2315 of the city's code. And then, of course, the implementation of the odor control plan that will mitigate any type of impacts from the use. This particular CUP application does conform to all the criteria to approve a CUP. And again, this location is within the cannabis overlay zone. Staff was able to make all the findings for approval. So staff recommendation for this proposal would be that the Planning Commission re-adopt the negative declaration and approve the conditional use permit subject to the attached and this added condition of approval which would be PLN 15 for a shower facility that the applicant shall be required to provide an employee shower facility at the site. Madam Chair, that will conclude my staff report. I'm available to answer any of your questions. It is a public hearing. The applicant is also here to make a presentation to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Hirschbein.
It says the cultivation would be limited to type 2B licensing. What is that and what's being limited?
So what that simply means is that at this point, the city's regulatory permit approved for this project is for a type 2B licensing only, and that's cultivation indoor. So if in the future they decide to expand the use to a different type of cannabis facility, they would have to come back to you and to the city's special programs compliance department for an amendment to the use. That's what that condition simply means.
So 2B is just cultivation.
Cultivation, correct.
Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Then I have some. We should be taking a separate vote on the negative declaration.
Well, so you have to adopt that in order to approve the CUP.
Yes.
Yes. If I can just expand on that a little bit, this is the negative declaration is being proposed for this project. It's not a mitigated negative declaration. So if it is the pleasure of the commission to add additional conditions on the project that could be on the mitigation measures, that is possible. So the commission could add additional conditions.
The concern I had with the negative declaration was its dealing with odors was merely that they could be significant, but they were going to be indoors. I think that, can we attach the odor control plan as the mitigations that need to be done for odors so that we have a comprehensive document?
That's correct. And we've done that in the past.
Thank you. The other questions that I had concerned the odor control plan. I don't believe we've had a greenhouse come before us before. And it looks like we're sort of used to boxes and older buildings. But can we have the odor consultant or Veronica Goodhart speak about what the differences are in an odor control plan in a facility like this?
So, Madam Chair, if you recall, we've actually had a greenhouse in the past. It was one of the very first ones that we had on 16th Avenue around the same vicinity. If you recall, that was the time that we had fire thereabout in the city hall, and we were holding the meetings at the not at the airport, but we've had one before.
But we have a new commission, is it?
That's true, yes.
Is it possible for someone to explain to us what the odor control plan is?
Yes, Madam Chair, the city's consultant is in the meeting tonight.
Is this the head of the Department of Special Programs available? I would rather not continue this, but I will if someone can't do this.
Yes, so Ms. Veronica Gerhardt is here, and so is someone from 1500 Inc. to speak to the odor control plan.
This is the questions for staff. So could she come up now?
Ms. Veronica? So if you can just give me a second, she was here. I spoke to her just before the beginning of the meeting. So if you can just give me a second.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I believe Member Song has her hand raised.
Member Song, do you have questions?
Yes, I wanted to understand better the phase 1 and phase 2. Are both phases to be constructed within a certain time period? And what's the reason for phasing the project?
So we were not given the timeline for when phase 2 will be developed, but hopefully the applicant's rep will be better qualified to speak to that on the timeline.
And I have a question. Are we only approving phase 1 tonight?
No, Madam Chair, the approval is for both phases. So that is why in the staff report is analyzed as 172,785 square foot total.
And just going to the issues we had on the last or during public comment, has this negative deck been circulated with the conservation groups?
So this was circulated for a 20-day review and comments period way back in 2018. Yes, it was circulated.
Is that typical that something would be circulated and come before us 3 years later?
It is, well, it is, I wouldn't say it is typical, but we have had similar applications in the past. So what happened was that when the application was received by the planning division, at that time, they had no a specific operator in mind. But we knew that it was going to be for a cultivation facility. So trying to get hold of Ms. Veronica.
I guess this would be a question for the attorney and the planning director. I just have concerns about a negative deck that's not mitigated that was circulated 3 years ago and asking us to handle that at this point in time. Mr. Priest, do you have an opinion on this?
Yes, Madam Chair. I mean, there's no legal time limit in CEQA as to, how long a negative declaration stays good. I think you take all of those on their particular facts. If the commission believes that the facts and the conclusions in the negative declaration are supported, then you can approve that. If you don't believe they are, we'd ask for your concerns to be noted on the record, and we could either continue this or you could, deny the negative declaration in the approval, and it would, be reconsidered perhaps. But just because it's 3 years old doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be approved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roberts?
Chair, if I could just jump in and offer some additional discussion that Mr. Robertson did not include. The architectural application for the greenhouse was approved by staff in 2018, and that's the time that the negative declaration was done relative to the architectural construction of the project. It has taken the applicant this long to secure someone who is going to pursue cultivation at the site. And so that's why you see a difference in the time frame between the approval of the architectural application and the conditional use permit for the cultivation.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the age of the CEQA report, my understanding is that unless there were substantial changes to the project, that report and outcome would stay valid. Is that correct? I'm directing this to staff.
Yeah, that's correct.
Were there any real changes to this project over the years? I remember approving this some years ago on the city council, and it looks like exactly the same project. And if that's the case, were there any changes to CEQA in general with respect to the potential impacts from this type of facility?
No, there is none. It's exactly the same thing as what you saw, I think about 3 years ago. Again, we knew at that time that it was going to be a cultivation facility. And the applicant at that time knew that a CUP would be required, even though the greenhouse facility itself was approved via a minor architectural application.
Okay. When we saw this previously, it had really gone through a very full process with respect to its mitigations. It's obvious that where it's located helps mitigate its problems. Using the example that if a tree falls in the woods, does anybody hear it? But not using that as an argument in favor of it. I think all the rules with respect to cannabis were designed for a new facility like this. And this one seems, I looked at this pretty carefully and it all came back to me. This one pretty much incorporates the latest and greatest with respect to mitigations and keeping any negative impacts on site and inside the facility. So anyway, that was a little more than a question, but I thought it might help my colleagues to.
For me, it's the one chance I have to understand how they're mitigating odors in a greenhouse facility. So I would like to do that. And I feel like I need to do that. I like the project, but I feel like I need to do that before I can pass on it. And I had let staff know that in advance. Why don't we, as we're waiting, why don't we open the public hearing? And then we can see if we can get the consultant back once we've closed the public hearing.
Madam Chair, could I ask one quick question I forgot?
Of course.
Is the parking shading requirement not applicable for this conditional use permit? We know it's pretty windy and so trees and landscape are not going to survive, but are there carports being proposed for shading requirements on parking spaces?
No, Commissioner Song, it's not being required. As a matter of fact, the code is very flexible on landscaping in that area because of the prevailing winds in that part of the city. So no, there is no shading requirement or carports requirements.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, I've just been able to get hold of Jay from 1500 Inc. He will be joining us in a minute.
Thank you. For the planning director, do you advise we open the public hearing and then hear him when the hearing closes?
Yes, Madam Chair. Why don't we go ahead and open the public hearing, have the presentation by the applicant, take any comments from the public, and then we can have questions for the city's odor control consultant.
We're opening the public hearing. The applicant will go first. They have 10 minutes. Members of the public will have 3 minutes, and the applicant will have 3 minutes for rebuttal if they need to. Mr. Newell?
Yeah, I believe our speaker for the applicant is Karen Streeter, Ryan Ginneman, and Fritz Noble. So I'll let any one of them start the presentation. You'll have 10 minutes.
Hi, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I'm Karen Streeter. I am the project architect and also agent for the owner on this project. And I have a very short little presentation here that I understand from the administrator that I can share my screen with. And if we can go ahead and start that share screen, I'll start my presentation. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And I want to say thank you to Edward Robinson too. You did a great job of really outlining what this project and facility entails. And Madam Chair, some of the questions that came up regarding odor control, I can potentially address those as well as our consultant that will be coming on later, and give you a better in-depth of what this greenhouse facility, how it really operates in terms of environmental control and odor specifically. So as an overview, I'm going to expand on Edward's presentation here. This is phase one of the facility, and the greenhouse structure has glass roof over the garden areas, and the greenhouse itself is a Dutch Venlo system. They're highly regarded greenhouses built worldwide, steel and glass, and this is what is proposed for this project as well. The lighter areas here over the roof are areas where the roof is actually opaque. It's not clear glass. So all of our processing facilities and our administration areas will actually be under that section of the greenhouse. For phase two, it's simply an extension of these gables of the greenhouse going north on the 10-acre site and going south on the 10-acre site. The next slide will show the expansion of that. So the phasing, Commissioner Song, to answer your question there, is a financial one. The earlier proposed project from 2.5 years ago was a much larger, is this project right here. So the operators that are coming in have opted to actually construct the project in 2 phases to have it more viably feasible. Here is a photo of the actual roofing material, clear glass and over the garden areas, and opaque glass you can see here in the foreground that would be over those processing areas. This is not a traditional style greenhouse where these roofs open up to the environment to let air escape and cool air in. These are Venlo, they're considered CEAs, concealed environmental agricultural buildings, and they are completely sealed for environmental control, both heat, temperature, and odor mitigation. So they're quite different than what what a lot of people assume as those traditional greenhouse facilities. This is a fully automated facility as well. This would be what the interior of our facility would look like. This is part of the processing area where you can see the roof above is not clear glass, does let in copious amounts of light in, but it is the opaque panels in this area. Much of the automation will occur on these trays and tables that are a transport system that go through the facility. The gardens themselves, is just for cultivation, just for the plants to mature. But any work done on those mid-harvest and harvest and initial planting is all done out in this process area. In the back here, you see trays. These trays are about 12 to 15 feet long, 4 feet wide. Those will be full of plants and then transported through the facility here on our automation system. This is another photograph showing the automation transport trays and tracks going left and right. I'll do a quick little video here. This is this would have a tray on it full of plants. That we do have an elevator in this facility that would take the plants up to a second level above our harvesting area to store the plants in as they're getting rotated through during harvest. So it acts as a secondary platform for us. Once the plants are planted in here, they go into the gardens. And so this is an example of what the gardens look like, an artist rendition. trays are stacked very tight, very close in the gardens with minimal aisleways. So this is an actual photograph of the Venlo style greenhouse that we are proposing to build. And you can see the ornamental flowers in this facility are very, very tightly spaced. Again, notice the roof panels. They are solid glass and steel panels, and they do not open to the environment. So what's super efficient about these Venlo style buildings is the ultimate control that the Dutch have developed for humidity, for temperature, and odor control, as well as pollutants coming in. They eliminate pollutants coming in for these crops, and it also eliminates odors from escaping. The next slide will show an actual what cannabis does look like in this facility. These are cannabis plants here in the front. And in the back, you see a white wall. Some of the gardens will be divided by either clear and or translucent or opaque walls because we do staging for harvesting throughout the 8 to 10 week cycle. Once the plants are done done growing, they're ready for harvest. They are shuttled outside of the gardens and back into our processing area that you saw before. They are cut off of their growing stalks, and they're placed in drying rooms. So this is typical cannabis production. These rooms are our dry rooms. They are very sterile. They are very clean. The amount of HVAC control in them is also state of the art for the purpose of what we are growing with the cannabis, again, with humidity, with temperature, and odor control. These are the rooms that, Madam Chair, you were referring to a box in a box. These are actual rooms that are built inside within the greater greenhouse structure with state-of-the-art HVAC mechanical controls. So you'll also hear from 1500 Inc., who did the mitigation control review for the city as their consultant. And I think you'll hear from him how pleased he was that we really have gone over and above in this facility to mitigate odors specifically. Once the plants are dried completely or to the optimum level, they are then trimmed. And this is a hand trimming process in this facility. So there will be rooms that have our highly trained staff and employees that will hand trim the individual cannabis buds and prepare them ready for curing and transport. So once they go through the trim rooms, again, these trim rooms are the box in the box as well too. Again, with all the environmental controls that we've just discussed with the other areas. This is the cure room. So our finished cannabis that's been dried and trimmed now goes to our cure room. It looks very much like a winery. These are our barrels where they are stored for a period of time, about a week or so, and they're rotated, properly cured. And once the curing process is complete, then it's ready for distribution and transport to its final location for processing. So simply the barrels we have a shipping receiving bay, and they are then transported to their final destination. So I do want to, that is the end of my film presentation here, but I do want to reiterate that this facility is just for cultivation. All the other post-product processing and or manufacturing would occur offsite at additional facilities. So, I hope that helps to give you a little better understanding of how atypical this is versus other kind of old school greenhouse buildings. And any questions further on in that you have for me, I'd be willing to address those as well. Oh, you're muted.
If you stay with us, there may be questions later before we close the public hearing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I would like this opportunity to introduce you to our to Ryan Jenneman, who is the founder and CEO of THC Design. And it's been my pleasure to work with him. He's an outstanding figure in both the cannabis world and just an amazing human being. At that, his level of sustainability and interest in really, creating a building and a facility that is community-minded, sustainably minded. It's just been a pleasure, and I'm sure that the city is going to really have a great business partner with him. So with that, I'll introduce Ryan Jenneman.
Hello, everybody. Everyone's been thanking you for your time. Again, thank you guys for listening to us and for this evening. Just a little bit about THC Design. We are currently based out of Los Angeles, have about 180 employees. We everyone brags about how good they are, but that's sort of my point right now. We are, in regards to market sales, you guys can look it up. We are the #1 selling SKU in California for the last 2 years in regards to indoor flower. Again, that's THC Design. This cultivation facility that we are going to be building out in the desert, to give you just a little background, where this idea first came from was an article in the National Geographic in 2017, and it was about how to feed 9 billion people in the year 2050. I hired the consultants that I read in this article in National Geographic. Any of you guys could Google it right now if you put in National Geographic 9 billion people greenhouse. Hired these people. They found a specific plot of land in California that would be ideal for the structure that I was looking at building. That is where we have come to the dirt that we are discussing today. So I bring that up because this is not me finding 10 acres of land and saying, oh, let's make a cannabis greenhouse on this. This is years of evolution of planning and work to find a specific plot of land that will work for this specific type of structure. So very, very pumped, to have the opportunity to build this in Palm Springs. So that's a little background on this structure. Again, we have highlighted how state-of-the-art this facility is. From an environmental standpoint, this uses 0.3, you heard that correct, 0.3% of the water compared to outdoor farming. Because of the mass amount of daylight that Palm Springs receives, other than just a few rainy days, the amount of artificial lighting we have to supplement, yet again, is very minimal because the environmental conditions. Our only challenge is, those 100-degree, 80% humidity days in August, but that is what this structure is designed and built for. So I cannot say enough. This is, a true state-of-the-art facility. This is the first facility I'm aware of in the United States of America that is taking commercial agricultural practices and applying them to cannabis. Facilities like this have been built in Israel, Holland, Switzerland, Canada, but I am not aware of, a facility at this level in the United States. I mean, there is not one. So this will definitely be bringing, state-of-the-art cultivation and agriculture to Palm Springs. Furthermore, Palm Springs has been a great city to work in. Go ahead.
I think your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Fritz Noble and then Jane Garrison.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'll be very brief. That Karen, the project architect, and Ryan Jenneman have well described the project. As a property owner, we've been looking and trying to find operators for this site for many years. And many came along who we thought were capable, but this group, their design team, the operator, The designers in both in Europe and the U.S. were top notch, just first class, very honorable, great people. And so I wanted to give you from our perspective, from the landlord perspective, we think we found the group who will build a first class facility at the pride of the desert, will be a great corporate citizen and can execute, right? I mean, the hardest thing is to execute the plan, and we think they will. So that's it. My comments are brief. I did write a letter of support. I incorrectly understated the cultivation taxes in that letter. At full build out, the cultivation taxes to the city are nearly $700,000, and I put in $500,000. That was my error. So anyways, that concludes my comments. Thank you for considering the project, and feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker would be Jane Garrison, and she would be the last speaker unless there is anyone else who wishes to speak. If there is, please let me know by indicating so in the chat or by raising your hand with the reactions feature. Thank you.
Hi, Planning Commission. I was not prepared to speak on this, but just watching it, I just would raise a few questions. I know the environmentals were done several years ago. Many conservation groups weren't looking at environmentals then. There's also been quite a bit of change of staff in some of the local conservation organizations in the last few years. I would just ask to wait on the negative declaration and perhaps just even delay the approval of this project. I don't know if CVCC, the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission, and the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservation, CVMC, if they had a chance to look at this. I know recently they were very concerned with the fulfillment center that was, I believe, fairly close to this. So that would just be my comment, is to see how both those organizations that really monitor the blow sand in that area, how they feel about that, and perhaps waiting on the phase 2 or the negative declaration until those two organizations are consulted. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't had any other requests to speak. Oh, sorry. It looks like we have Bettina Rosmarino. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi again. Like Jane, this kind of came up quickly for us, but as Palm Springs Wildlife Advocates founder, we get a lot of calls on the hotline for bird strikes against glass. And I'm wondering if the applicants can speak to the design of their buildings to ensure that birds are not going to be compromised after. I mean, they talked a lot about sustainable building, and that's wonderful. But we want to be sure that in the design of their building that they are thinking about wildlife and especially birds in that area, since it is a very vacuous area where birds are going to be going at high speeds. So if they could maybe make mention of that, if they've considered that in their plans and their design. Thank you.
Applicant has 3 minutes.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we do have actually one additional speaker, Fred Noble. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, let me turn on my video here. Okay, you hear me now?
Yes.
Right. Well, this is the end of a very long road coming down from the beginning of the council adopting the licensing ordinance, the land use ordinance, and all that's come since then. As to environmental, the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission created reserves and preserves for wildlife. This property is not in those preserves or reserves. The logic of the conservation plan is simply that you can develop in areas that are not part of the reserve if you meet certain criteria, which the applicant has. So the idea of wildlife is a false issue in this regard. As a practical matter, This area has been studied over and over again for a variety of industrial uses, and it has never had any sort of wildlife issue arise. So with respect, I have to say that this is a false issue and a delaying tactic, which we cannot, in fact, tolerate. As to odor control, the state of the art is what it is. This project doesn't pass, then nobody can build anything that would pass. The project is located north of the freeway because nobody lives there. There are no residential uses in the city of Palm Springs north of the freeway. The nearest residence is about 6 miles downwind, with the exception of the one trailer mentioned, which is northeast, and that is my night watchman's trailer. As to the timeline, it's been difficult to bring this project to fruition. However, we all know that we lost a year because the building department did not process the application on time because they lost our fee check. That cost us a year. This is state of the art. If it isn't approved, I say with respect, I don't think there's anything that will ever pass. And the city will have lost the opportunity to have yet another very productive state-of-the-art industry. And that would be quite a shame after all the work that the city has put into this effort. So I do request that you vote on it today. We really cannot tolerate delays. The environmental community has always seen the area north of the freeway as an industrial area. We have never had an environmental group in Palm Springs oppose any of the windmills, the solar, the battery facilities, or any of it because of where it's located. And so with respect, I must urge you to vote on it tonight and to approve it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is all the speakers that we have requested to speak.
The applicant does have 3 minutes for rebuttal. If there are any questions Ms. Streeter wanted to respond to.
Madam Chair, Fred Noble is the applicant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then
No.
that was the rebuttal. Thank you.
No, I'm not the applicant. I'm the landlord.
So there is, Ms. Streeter, do you have a rebuttal?
Yes, to clarify, I am the applicant. Thank you so much. I would like to just piggyback on what Mr. Noble has said about the location of this facility, and specifically that the city has put in copious amounts of time with the Planning Commission and their staff in writing a very clear ordinance and establishing the cannabis overlay areas in this industrial area. And this site was specifically picked not only for the location, as Ryan Jenneman had located to being the perfect spot for the cultivation, but also from a zoning and land use standpoint, knowing that the city has, handpicked this area as being a proponent for these type of facilities. So I would also encourage the commission to move tonight to make a vote and in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd stay, are there any questions of the applicant from the commission? Seeing none, I had one, and it's very small, which was the, am I seeing anybody else's hand on the commission first? That's a no, okay. Just the question on the birds. I'm assuming that you don't, because it's roofing, you wouldn't have a problem with birds crashing into it?
I'll chime in. I'm sorry, Karen. We discussed back and forth whether we were going to do glass walls on the side of the building or insulated metal panels. We have chosen to go with insulated metal panels by doing the walls being metal, not glass, not transparent. That should alleviate the bird issue, and that was brought up in discussions with the team. And second, small note, the property has also been graded. I want to be real clear if people on this are not aware, but the land has been graded at this point in time.
Thank you. No other questions of the applicant. The public hearing is closed. I believe we did have the environmental, our odor consultant here for just a very few questions before we have the matter before the commission. Mr. Takis.
Oh, I can speak to the, if you're just looking for some opinions on our report, we find it very favorable. I'm assuming they're working with Panoven Consulting. That's Gert Koblock. We've worked with him several times in the past. We do quite a bit of design work with him. We're very familiar with these types of buildings and these systems. It's not the only one in the United States we've worked on several. But they are state of the art. Absolutely. They're automated. The odor control is second to none. They're built to create that anti-room kind of process look that we're looking for. So yeah, the report was very favorable, and we had no comments other than some ventilation rates that weren't listed. But
can you just explain how it works?
What does the greenhouse itself
works in this situation?
Yeah, so in the anti-room situation, which is the requirements for all new plans, is that any positively, the minute we reduce the amount of ventilation air, their air exchange is bad. A greenhouse is exactly that. In this case, it's locked up, the windows don't open. Any positively pressurized air is pushed into a common space, an anteroom. You would see this kind of condition in hospitals where you're looking at infectious diseases and things like that, where you're trying to create a pressure cascade of air. So what they're doing is they're controlling pressure cascading of any air. The systems are circulating for the most part, but any pressure cascading of air is then focused on one room. That is then treated and then discharged. So it works very well.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the odor consultant? Seeing none, the matter is before the commission. Commissioner Hirschbein?
Well, I'd just like to say that this is the exact area that council was contemplating when they redid the code around where these facilities should be located. So as far as the location goes, I'm totally on board with it. From what our consultant says, and he's not the applicant's consultant, he's our consultant. It sounds like it's state of the art. And I don't find any reasons not to approve it. And so I'd like to make a motion to approve with any staff recommendations included.
I'm going to second that. I would like to include in that the addition of the odor report to the negative declaration so that it's clearer. This is the only, and for the people who testified, the only condition that was really noticed as serious. There are no biologics or other conditions. The only one was odor. I'd just like an explanation in the EIR of how it's being mitigated, or in the neg deck as to how it's being mitigated. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. The matter is before the commission. Are there any comments?
Commissioner Roberts has his hand raised.
Oh, I couldn't see it. Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, as somebody who was on the subcommittee with the City Council to write the policy for recreational cannabis and medical cannabis for that matter. This project probably represents the very best of what we were hoping for. With respect to its location and state-of-the-art mitigations, this is, in my mind, an example of the type of facilities we want to see built for this type of use, and especially the location, because it impacts virtually no one and nothing. And I want to thank Mr. Noble and his consultants for doing an excellent job on this and bringing this forward to us.
Can you call the roll, please?
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. Before we take a roll call, if I could just offer one comment. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I understood the commission's earlier direction, it was to take some of the conditions of approval on this project and incorporate them as CEQA mitigation measures. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. My apologies, I didn't say anything earlier on this. However, we are processing this as a negative declaration, meaning that there are no mitigation measures that are in the CEQA document in and of itself. We could certainly still have those as conditions of approval to the project. My only concern would be if we're adding mitigation measures to a negative declaration, are we converting that into a mitigated negative declaration? And we're kind of mixing apples and oranges there. Again, no problem with having those conditions in the conditions of approval. I would just have some concerns about incorporating those as mitigation measures into a negative declaration, which legally presumes that there are no mitigation measures required.
Mr. Priest, there are mitigation measures required. There is an odor control plan. And the negative deck only said that no odors would escape the building. It seems to me that where the city has an odor control plan, it should mention that we have an odor control plan.
I suppose, Madam Chair, we could have that. We have that as a condition of approval already to comply with the odor control plan. If we want to make a mention in the negative declaration, I understand that. I would just be concerned if we made that officially a mitigation measure, because again, a neg deck presumes there's no mitigation.
I would like a mention of it, and you can craft it. Okay. But I would like it mentioned because none of us have thought that just containing a building was enough. So the city has written a whole ordinance. We've gone through a process. If there's some way of mentioning that, normally, I know there are no other issues that came up. There are no biological issues, cultural. There's nothing else in this. But I would just like some way that it is clear that the reason it's mitigated is that the city is enforcing something.
We could certainly mention in the negative declaration that the applicant will comply with the conditions of approval, which include these issues.
Madam Chair, what I might suggest is in the approving resolution for the conditional use permit, we might make a finding that the Planning Commission found in approving the negative declaration, the submittal of the odor control plan would essentially mitigate any issues relative to odor or something along those lines that Mr. Priest can craft.
We could craft some language perhaps into finding 5, which pertains to conditions imposed on the project. We could do that.
Commissioner Hirschbein?
As the maker of the motion, I would accept Mr. Priest's recommendation. I
will too. Do you want to craft that now, Mr. Priest?
Let's see.
So as the maker of the motion, I would say I would leave it up to him to do it. I think he's probably,
I could try something on the fly, but I would prefer working with our planning director and maybe coming up with something after the meeting.
Fine.
And I would agree to that.
Okay.
Can we call the roll?
Commissioner Hirschbein?
Yes.
Chair Wormick?
Yes.
Commissioner Song?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
The motion passes. Project is approved unanimously.
Chair, could we take a break, please?
Yes. 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Thank you. We'll reconvene at 7:30. 18.
Recording stopped.
Congratulations.
Okay.
The meeting is called back to order. We are going to unfinished business. SMS Architects on behalf of Hall Palm Springs 2 to amend the final development plans for the Palm Springs Hotel, formerly known as the Andaz Hotel, to remove the spa located on the second level and replace it with 14 additional guest rooms for a total of 164 guest rooms located at 414 North Palm Canyon Drive. Staff report, please.
Madam Chair, before Mr. Robertson begins his staff report, I just need to note for the record that this item is a public hearing item. I believe we closed the public hearing at our last meeting. I would advise that we reopen the public hearing as the applicant has a presentation to show modifications that they have made since the last time this item was discussed. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Robertson for the staff report.
Do we need a staff report at this time, or should we go with the applicant's presentation?
Mr. Robertson?
I would love to make a brief staff report, and then the applicant will come in.
Fine. Staff report.
Okay, I would like to share my video. So, Madam,
you changed the screen to the 2 frames. Can you redo that again?
How about now?
Now it's showing the PowerPoint software.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair, just I would do this real quick then. So. So at the meeting that was held on May 26, 2021, after a staff presentation of the application, the applicant requested for a continuation of the hearing. At that meeting, the Planning Commission had made comments regarding the massing and the additions to the southeast portion of the building, and that portion was too bulky and it was lacking consistency in design with the rest of the entire building. The commission also said that the amendment could be stepped back for an improved articulation of the buildings, and that the proposed elevations should be modified, should be revised to at least look like the rest of the building, especially on the east elevation side, that is along East Indian Canyon Drive. So the applicant had all your comments and went back and made revisions to the design, which gave it additional setback and step back, both from on the southeast corner of the project and on the Indian Canyon elevation. So that is what you will be seeing tonight. The applicant had very similar presentation to what staff have. So again, our recommendation to the Planning Commission is to recommend approval of the amendment to the City Council with any additional condition that it may deem fit. I might add that one condition that staff will be recommending to the Planning Commission tonight is to amend PLN 15, which requires that the restaurant may not exceed 25% of the total floor area of the development. Staff will be recommending that condition be amended to read that restaurant use at the location shall not exceed 50% of the total floor area. The reason staff is comfortable doing this is that there is adequate parking. Parking would not be exacerbated should that floor area be increased from 25 to 50%. That will conclude staff report, and I'm available to answer any question. As stated earlier by the director, it is a public hearing. And so the applicant is also here to make a presentation to the commission. Thank you.
At this point, I'm not going to take questions from the commission for staff. I'm going to go straight to reopening the public hearing and having the applicant come forward, and then we'll allow questions of both staff and the applicant.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm going to share my screen if possible, and the presentation.
Introduce yourself, please.
This is Brian Martinelli with Hall Group, Vice President of Development. I will like to share my screen, and upon doing so, Don Braun, our President of Hall Group, will begin the presentation, and it'll be a joint presentation in which I'll administer on my end.
Brian, I'll wait till you start your presentation, but Madam Chair and Planning Commissioners, good evening. My name's Donald Braun. I'm president of the Hall Group, and we are the developer and the owner of the property at 400 North Palm Canyon Drive. I'll be judicious in my time, but there's really three areas we'll try and cover. And then, of course, address any concerns or questions that the commission has. I'd like to provide just a little bit, very brief overview of the Hall Group, just our background, just to give you some perspective, provide you some updates on the project itself in general. And then I'll let Mr. Martinelli, who is the head of our development operation, really talk about the specifics relative to the design revisions and changes that we've done over the last couple of weeks, we think and hope in response to the Planning Commission's comments 2 weeks ago. With that, again, just by way of background, the Hall Group is a 53-year-old company. We are a real estate investment and development company throughout that period. I've been with the company for almost 40 years now, so a large part of the history of the company. The company's chairman, founder, CEO is Mr. Craig Hall, a widely recognized person within the real estate community at large and in the development world as well. There's just a few pictures here. I'll just say that these really are representative of the types of projects that we do as developers. The pictures you're seeing here just happen to be a project we opened last year in Dallas, Texas, a hotel, the Hall Arts Hotel, and adjoining residences, condominium residences. This project happens to be, and the residents particularly, are the highest end high-rise residences in Dallas, Texas. And I say that just by a price per square foot basis in terms of being able to justify and rationalize it. So we do high-end projects largely. And again, this is representative of what we've done in Dallas, but also would be representative of the high-end nature of what we're talking about here in Palm Springs. So Brian, I'll let you move on just to a couple slides there. Thank you. Just by way of a bit of background, one of our operations is we do provide financing, hotel construction financing largely, at large across the country. And we did finance the project formerly known as the Andaz Hotel here in Palm Springs. As you all know, there's a lot of history, and you probably know a lot more history than I even know. But we ended up taking the property back through a consensual agreement with the prior developer in March of this year. Now, taking it back was not really COVID related, but it was related to sort of actions that happened before, in which really they just became out of budget and were unable to build the hotel for the funds that were remaining in the loan. Over the last year, we've worked very diligently to get the hotel to this point. I've talked to city council and city officials. Restarting a stalled construction project, frankly, is more difficult in many respects than starting from a greenfield perspective. We have over $40 million invested now. We expect that, at the end, this project for us will approach $100 million, and likely with the prior monies already put into it by the prior developer, nearly $150 million project. So this is a very large, project overall. There, thank you. So I will tell you, this is the first time we've publicly confirmed this. While we have some T's to cross and I's to dot, we thought it was appropriate to tell you, and we will be announcing to the media and to the world at large, that we will associate with the Hyatt Hotel Group and brand this whole hotel as a Thompson Hotel. We think this is a really very meaningful announcement and really provides hopefully a lot of overview and perspective as to the kind of hotel we're talking about. We view the Thompson Hotel as a more luxurious hotel within the Hyatt chain. It is a lifestyle luxury hotel. And, in maybe just a sort of common man language, I view the Andaz as a luxury product as well, but it's in my view, sort of a kind of calmer, quieter resort type of hotel, where the Thompson Hotel really focuses on a culinary and bar experience, as well as providing luxury accommodation. So, these are a few of them, a few Thompson hotels that you might want to take a look at. The Cape is the Thompson in Cabo San Lucas is really a world-renowned hotel, I would say. I'd also point to the Thompson Hotel in Nashville as maybe very much an inspiration for what we have thinking about for in Palm Springs. I'll move on from that just a bit there, Brian. There you go. Okay, and now to sort of get to the meat of this matter very quickly, and then I'll turn it to Brian. The 3 points that our takeaway from the last meeting was 3 points. One is to increase the setbacks on the second floor. We've done that by 3 to 10 feet, as Brian will elaborate on. We have decreased the amount of plaster and increased the amount of glass on this Indian Canyon side drive facade. This again, addressing the matter of wanting to make sure that our building was appropriately in terms of the massing relative to the Indian Canyon Drive. And then we incorporated the thin and vertical and horizontal frames extending back on the units, so as to incorporate and really try to get this point of the architecture to as meld in with the remaining architecture. So these are the 3 general areas. Brian will go into some more detail on that, and I'll turn it over to Brian with that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Don. As it relates to the second floor setback, you can see there on our previously approved submission, we're at approximately 13 feet 1 inch off Indian Canyon, which corresponded also to a south building setback from the south property line of 44 feet 4 inches. And so last time we met, we didn't articulate it quite well, but we had in fact further increased that setback by another 9 inches, and it also increased the setback from the south property line by another 5.5 feet. And so in doing so, we did meet with city staff, took into consideration your comments from last meeting, and we worked with our architecture team to further study how we could increase those setbacks based on last meeting and respond accordingly. So what you're seeing here and what you've seen on your staff report that was published, I'm sure, earlier this week, you can see that we've increased the setback from what was previously approved from 13'1" with a range of an additional 3 feet to upwards of 9 feet additional setback. And in doing so, we've also decreased or I should say increase the setback of the south property line by an additional 9 feet 4 inches, close to 10 feet. And so again, pulling in the building from that southeast corner, again, pushing it off Indian Wells, responding to the comments that were made during last week's or 2 weeks ago during that presentation. So here is the elevation along the south elevation. You can see the previously approved there along the top, showing the tapered walls and sliding glass balcony doors. And then below that was a previous submission that we went through last week, or 2 weeks ago, I'm sorry. And our approach there was to eliminate just some of the mass that that coincides with the solid surface, in particular the plaster. And so our attempt to lighten up that facade was to add additional glass and at the same time reduce some of the massing associated with some of those tapered walls. And again, the comment that Don had alluded to earlier, our takeaway was, how do we, make, or how do we have the new submission relate to the north currently approved submission, but also reducing just the overall massing feel. So our response to that has been, one, to maintain the same profile and size and repetition of mullions as presented on the northwest corner of Alejo and Palm Canyon Drive. We have introduced a few of the tapered walls back so that architecture does relate to the north half of the project site. But in particular, you'll see on that southeast corner there of Indian Wells and the south property line, we've really copied and taken design inspiration for the balcony there at those corner suites, which really mirror the northwest corner presidential suites that overlook Alejo and Palm Canyon Drive.
Can you identify where that was taken from?
When the
is this facing directly south?
This is looking north. So as if you're standing on the south property line, looking north towards Alejo.
Okay, thank you.
So here you can see, looking west from Indian Canyon, or what was our staging site there on Indian Canyon Drive. You can see the previously approved building elevation, and then as of last week or 2 weeks ago, the previous submission, again, trying to lighten up some of that facade with the addition of glass and elimination of some of those angled wing walls. And so again, responding to the comments that were made during last meeting, we've included one, a repetition of the mullion size, mullion quantity and glass size that's indicative of the existing building. We've increased a few of the tapered walls, but really importantly, what I wanted to highlight there are two things. One, the balconies that you see there are again mirror image of what's on the northwest corner of the building. So the architecture relates, but also, again, what you're seeing here is you can see how the building has been further shifted plan right or to the north of that 10 additional feet. So you can actually see the building line as it relates to the solid wall below from levels 1 to 2. You can see how that building is actually shifted to the north by approximately 10 feet. So again, really good. Any questions? Did I miss something? All right, so what we've done, really what's driven a lot of this has been the activation of the arrival sequence and control with, especially now that, we've had Thompson provide design input, commentary, also having hotel experience. Really the previous design really led to a cavernous arrival sequence. And so what you really want to do when you enter upon a hotel is you really want to see activation. And so I want to talk about the steps that we've taken, how you activate not only Palm Canyon Drive and engage the building with the surrounding developments, but also for the guest experience upon arrival. So we've relocated the lobby and check-in sequence that was occurring at level 2 down to level 1. And so again, upon arrival at the motor court, you're actively engaged with hotel staff versus that serving more or less as a jumper lobby where all that action and activity was happening at level 2. Also, as part of that lobby reconfiguration, we've opened the lobby to what will be a ground level restaurant. Again,
could you show us where the lobby is?
Let me see if you can see my cursor.
We can see it, Brian.
Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Okay. So
no.
Oh, okay.
Can you see the? Let me see the best way to do that. I apologize.
We can describe it because I don't think you can see it. If that helps.
Yeah.
If you drive into the motor court off of Palm Canyon, you make that turnaround, and as you start facing back out towards Palm Canyon, you see that double set of doors. That is the lobby going in. There's kind of long and lineal, but that box down towards Palm Canyon is also part of the lobby. To kind of get oriented. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you.
Yeah, so upon arrival, you would enter the check-in. That sequence would occur there. But in doing so, as you entered in the building, you would look to your left and you would see that there is a ground level restaurant that's connected to the lobby. That's, again, Thompson very heavy on the F&B experience. So as it pertains to that, we want to control that as an operator. And so by doing so, we've created a connection point, but we've really got kind of a day-night bar sequence. So it does a couple things. One, upon arrival, you see that action and activity there at the bar and really encourage you to go and progress further into that restaurant and experience. But then two, off hours, it does and will serve as a grab-and-go coffee bar, pastries. So if you're waiting for your Uber or a friend, that can occur there within that lobby, and again, not feel as cavernous as it previously was. So again, really the driver is activating that arrival sequence. And so as Madam Chairwoman, you mentioned earlier about the relocation or the deletion of the spa, that's enabled us to have those additional keys. I wanted to at least talk about that. So item number 4 there that you see, the previous location of the spa, let me back up. We are working with a high-end spa operator that is very familiar with this project. And in doing so, in our understanding of spas, the challenge was that this spa was located on level 2. And so we're trying to figure out ways, one, to provide that amenity to the guest, but 2, how do you engage the community? Because in order for a spa such as this to survive, it really does thrive on the market beyond just what 164 keys can support. And so in doing so, that engagement at ground level, but also providing that amenity to the guest is really key. And so again, we are studying that in our negotiations with, again, very well-known high-end spa operators that we think would work well on our property, but also as a community partner, providing that amenity there in the downtown Palm Springs area.
And where would that go, and how much of that frontage would it occupy?
So the business model, it would actually go on what is the plan right space. So the demising walls that you see in retail are really just placeholders, but they've identified probably 5,000 to 6,000 square feet of floor space as it pertains to their business model.
Adjacent to the drive aisle?
It'd be one over from that. We think the space adjacent to the drive aisle could be another restaurant, but we do feel like it would be somewhere along the southern half of that retail, the smaller section of retail. Again, placeholder based, the demising wall is merely a placeholder as it relates to that final layout.
Would you be able to enter that through the hotel lobby?
You would be able to enter it. You could be able to, you would enter it somewhat in a little bit of a more roundabout way, but you can access it from second level. There is an elevator that serves that garage and provide that that experience, but also you would just approach that space through the lobby and walk over. But there is access through the hotel, through the elevator bank that also serves that south guest tower as well. So there's access either way.
Do we see the rendering for that particular change for the entry at North Palm Canyon Drive?
I'm sorry, is that a request?
I'll just note for Brian's sake, he's at the office and our automatic lights went off because it's.
I need 5 seconds. Hold on.
It's nearly 10 o'clock. Here, so let me just say about the spa as well, because there's a lot of talk about it. So I think it's important to note, Thompson is not requiring a spa, and we're talking about a luxury brand here, and so. It's not that we aren't looking for a spa and looking for a spot, but Thompson does not require it as part of their brand standard that we will have at this hotel. So I just think that's something just to have as a note, and it is important. It's not conditioned on our affiliation with the Thompson brand. Not to say we aren't looking at it. We spend, as we are in this meeting, we spend a lot of time talking about the spa, I assure you.
So here, really the Building E suite arrangement that you see here. So we had 12 suites allocated on the property. And so we've actually increased that by an additional 5 units. And so that does a couple things for us based on Thompson's feedback and market studies. This market is a high luxury market. Suites are going to be very much in demand. We think we underserve the potential guest by not having that optionality, or at least limited options as related to the suite. So again, adding additional suites is really the driver here as it relates to this reconfiguration, but also in doing so, this allows us to, with the current pool that's also programmed there on level 2, to lock this wing off. So when I say lock off, wedding parties, music festivals, group sales that want to block those units have that ability to almost have somewhat of a hotel within a hotel, still served by all the amenities, still a Thompson hotel, but at least the ability to kind of have some level of additional exclusivity above and beyond just the balance of the building. And so again, not necessarily the operation model 24/7, but again, allows us to sell that as such for group sales, which will be very attractive in this market. And again, the hospitality suite located there at level 1 adjacent to the pool provide flexible meeting space that then you'll be able to, for group sales, be able to congregate, socialize, interact, and then meanwhile be able to retreat back still staying within Building E, but then as a group be able to retreat back to your own guest room.
So Brian, I would also just add, I know that you had a couple points here that maybe aren't showing, but this suite configuration here, I think is really critical. It's one that we've talked through with Thompson, with Hyatt at length, and understanding the exchange that we're basically doing here relative to the spa for these rooms. And I think they and we believe this really elevates the luxury experience of the hotel, having this type of offering and this type of room offering in this type of configuration. So I think this is really a very critical component to the overall experience and luxury nature of the hotel. So I'll finish quickly and just to bring us through that. And again, stop for questions, because I think that was the extent of talking about some of the revisions that we've done over the last couple of weeks, but certainly we can circle back as needed. But again, just providing you some images as to what we're working on relative to the feel, design, and aesthetics of the hotel. Thompson hotels are known for mid-century modern type of design, and certainly we think that fits within the Palm Springs area. And we are very much, considerate of and thinking about ensuring that this hotel does fit within the, overall community and overall feeling of Palm Springs. If you'll just go to the next page, Brian, maybe we've got a few things here.
Again, just hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
David, are you staying with timing? We are in a public hearing.
Yes,
Mr.
Madam Chair,
Newell,
they have extended past the 10-minute timeline.
can you wrap up very quickly?
Yes, I can. Madam Chairperson, I will do within 1 minute here, but I just wanted to say, one, that we are, these slides you can read for yourself and see that, we are working towards integrating into the Palm Springs, inspiration, culture. We as a company are very known for incorporating art into our projects. And I can tell you that we have 2 curators working on this project. We have a very much an expanded art budget on this, as we always typically do. And we will be looking and working with, we hope, artisans within the Palm Springs and Coachella Valley for creating signature art pieces for this hotel. Most importantly, here's the schedule. We are on target to, what I've told City Council and what I've been consistent in saying is that we will start by the end of the year. We are actually on target, and our internal schedule is to start this fall. So we are ready to go on this project, and we're moving very quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the extra time.
If you can stay there in case there are questions. The matter is with the commission, but I'm not closing the public hearing yet in the event that the commission has questions of the applicant. Are there questions of the applicant? Commissioner Roberts. And if we can go back to a regular screen. Mr. Newell.
Okay, so Mr. Newell, may I please see the rendering for the entrance to the hotel from Palm Canyon, please?
Mr. Robertson, do you have that, or would we have the applicant provide that?
I'm also going to want to see the new rendering for the Indian Canyon side of the building.
The rendering at the entrance essentially doesn't change from what was previously approved. Interior-wise, where most of the changes are taking place. So we don't have an updated rendering at this time.
He needs to unmute.
So this is the floor plan for level 1. And
I'm
this is
familiar with that. I'm asking for the rendering of that, or elevation rendering.
Would it be this one here?
Yes, that's the drive entrance to the hotel.
There, that's it.
This one right here.
The lower one.
Yes, the lower one. That's the
That's Palm Canyon.
along Palm Canyon. Excuse me?
Are you able to expand that?
Let's see.
Okay, thank you. Now can you go to the Indian Canyon elevation comparison between what the applicant previously brought and what they're proposing today? The applicant put that up, if you don't have it, Edward.
Yeah. Okay, just a second.
On the Indian Canyon side.
Okay.
That's Palm Canyon.
Yeah, I'm coming, Madam Chair. Got it.
Okay, there it is.
Yes.
So what I'm noticing about that is it, unless, if I'm looking at the same drawing, which I think I am, or maybe I'm not. Okay, so the south, can I see the revised elevation? Well, I'm seeing the revised on the Indian Canyon side. Can I also see, along with it, what they previously brought to us? I want to compare the revised elevation and the last elevation they brought us of the Indian Canyon side, or this lower photograph, this lower rendering.
Okay, so I will need a few minutes for that. I need to go back to the last submittal.
Actually, yeah, I was going to say, actually, the applicant just had that up on the screen.
Brian, I don't know if we can share our screen, but we can flip those back and forth so you can see them.
You actually had them together in one screen.
Yep. I'm going to pull those up. Bear with me.
We can let Brian bring that back. Thank you.
There you go.
And I will need to share my screen.
Please allow him to share his screen.
Yes, I'm up. So.
Screen 2. Please advise if you can see my screen.
We can.
Okay. I'm going to toggle through this real quick.
Mr. Martinelli, we see your desktop screen.
Figure out what's going on here.
Bruce Hope. There you go, Brian.
Okay.
I think it was one of the first images you showed us.
Yeah, it's loading up right now. I apologize.
There we go. I think that's it.
That's the south elevation.
Yeah, so maybe it was the next image.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. What looks dramatically different to me in the updated submission is what's going on north of that elevation on the ground floor. Unless I'm missing something in the previous, well, in the updated submission, everything on the lower floor to the right or to the north looks very, very different. And could you walk us through those changes?
If you go back one slide, Brian, and actually it was more, we didn't accurately represent it before is what it was.
Okay.
So it's just more accurately, the new one, we actually just cleaned it up and made it easier to read.
Okay.
So it's substantially the same. It's really some of the constructability items, other ones.
Well, previously approved and previous submission for the ground floor north of the new tower is the same. But in the latest submission, it's dramatically different. isn't it? There you go. Jump back again.
Yeah, I think it just rendered a little bit differently on the north elevation. We're not.
Yeah,
it's existing construction. We haven't changed that.
It's not even that it's just the ground floor is dramatically different. It looks like windows and things are gone. And I don't know what these lower elements are where you actually have images of people on the north side of that screen or on the right side of it. Is that, are those garage grates for venting, or what are we?
Those are actually ramps and everything to get up, because there was a grade change there that we didn't have in the original rendering. So there's a grade change. Those are ramps in order to get from the street up to the floor level of the interior space there. So those are to get those exits out. And those are actually some, I think you're seeing the screen elements beyond it, which is to screen some equipment there also. That was required.
Okay, so in the previously approved, I think they actually had some showcase windows or showcases on that wall. My concern about what you're submitting now on this ground level looks a little bit back of house. What was previously approved looks much better to me than what we're getting right now. Well, let me back up. I like the new tower. I think you've solved a lot of problems with that. But I'm a little confused on what happened at the street level. That looks more back of house, back alley to me. And I wonder why that happened.
Yeah, Brandon, I think it just, Commissioner Roberts, I don't believe it's rendering 100% accurately.
Yeah, I call you back. I see the work. I did permit.
And so I really think that's part of the confusion. So Brandon, why don't you, you've still got the showcase window there as you just progress north of, which rendering white behind those two palm trees, Commissioner Roberts, that is the entrance into, or the exit, I should say, there at the, on the Indian Canyon or on Indian Canyon Drive. And so, but just to the north of that are the ballrooms. And so there is windows there that are represented. There are some opaque walls, just because a ballroom, you'll need some level of opaqueness. But then it does transition to glass, and there are, what you're seeing, really the only change associated with this is the fact that we've got exit ramps due to the elevation change for exiting purposes. Other than that, all of the existing elevation is still the same.
Actually, it's very different from what I'm looking at. And again, what looks like, I'm guessing it's venting or something. What is the grid pattern that I'm looking at the bottom of the image?
Those are enclosures for equipment, but we're using the same block and same style we have in the rest of the building in order to have some equipment that it's either having equipment there or having up on the roofs. There's really only place to be able to put them. So we kept consistent with architecture design in order to have the equipment there that's screened from the public, but at the same time gets the ventilation required for the equipment there.
All right.
So we kept it consistent with the design. Okay. And those were, I just pulled up the old elevations. Those were solid walls that were behind there also originally.
Okay, Mr. Goodman, thank you. You just answered my question.
Okay.
So what you actually did was move some of your mechanical equipment down to the street level, and you're now covering it with some sort of screening. That's what I'm seeing, correct?
Correct. There was no equipment originally in planning figured out to be.
Thank you. You answered my question. That's what I was trying to understand. It's a pretty dramatic change. I'm bringing this up for my colleagues as well. So, Madam Chair, my comments are, I think the tower, they did a great job on. I think it looks dramatically better. But I think we paid a price on the street elevation at the street level. And I think this screen, we lost a lot of glass, it looks like, at that level. And I understand the need for ramps, but the rest of that wall looks pretty bad to me now that Indian Canyon has become a main thoroughfare. So that's my main concern at this point here. I'll let other commissioners ask questions at this point, and we can come back to that.
I've just lost my, can you hear me?
Yes.
I've just lost my video. I may need to exit and come back in.
We can see you.
Kathy, we can see you.
I can't see you.
Is it, Kathy, is it just, are you only seeing your own image full size?
I'm seeing, in keeping this together, basically I see nothing.
All right, do you want to exit and try to come back?
I'm going to exit and come back.
Madam Chair, while you exit, if we could have other questions from the other commissioners.
Please, would someone take over for me? Commissioner Song, would you take over for me for a moment while I exit and come back?
Sure. Are there any other questions from the commissioner? And if not, I have some in continuation to Member Roberts' questions. So, Mr. Martinelli, to continue Member Roberts' comment, in this rendering here, if we start from the left, which is the southeast corner, do you see how on the previous design you had almost like a brise-soleil or a metal, perforated metal opening through the garage, I'm guessing for air, outside air to come in and so on. And then now we have almost two rectangular openings with, I don't know what that material is, but it has become solid where before it was more translucent. And then at the stair tower, the perforated metal came down all the way to the ground. And on the revised submission, you have solid wall and then perforation starting probably 10 feet up. Then I believe that those are studio units, but any eyebrow or architectural element to suggest that is a urban street has been lost. So could you explain how those changes came together?
Yeah, I'd like to. Brandon, do you have that elevation pulled up on what was previously approved?
Yeah, I have.
Because I don't think the rendering, I think the rendering is throwing you off, because what we've done here is that the glass is still there. The amount of opaque walls is consistent with what was previously approved. And so if you've got it pulled up, Brandon, I'd like for you to.
Yeah, stop sharing yours. If you can stop sharing your screen, I can share mine.
Because candidly, we did not alter anything. Let me see here. Have I stopped sharing? Just.
Yeah, now you did.
Okay, thank you.
So this is just the overall, the previously submitted, which has the exact elevation of what was designed. This window is the same. This wall here is the same. This window got slightly smaller, and this window is still there in the new design. The only thing difference is we had to put ramps in front of this elevation because this floor height is about, I think it was 2 or 3 feet higher than the street is here. And then we had, and these screens for the equipment that I mentioned here, these were installed and these were part of the permit. These have been there for the last couple of years. It's not because of this design change. Those are just a necessity of the project to be able to make it work. So, but this is basic. This is the design of what the original approved design was along this elevation.
Okay, so, Mr. Goodman, the rendering that you're proposing is very different than this. It's a little bit confusing. I don't exactly know what I'm looking at anymore. Do you have an actual elevation of this? That might help. If we could see an actual elevation versus a rendering.
We just did these color elevations. We have an actual 3D elevation that does show this element, what's going on here. Maybe that'll help you understand this a little bit better.
Yeah, I just need to see what's happening at the ground level wall there.
Yeah, I'm opening up this is the package that should have been sent to you guys. I just opened right now. This is kind of the element you're talking about here, with the screen wall here with the stone behind it and the ramp in front of it with the landscaping up to it. This is probably the element that you're referring to.
Well, no, I'm actually referring to north of that or going right of that.
Which would be this element here.
Yeah, if
He's
you
looking the other direction.
move further north or move, there you go, further to the right, there you go. Yeah, keep going the way you were going. Go the other way. There you go. That's the area that concerns me right there. So where you've brought down mechanical and then screened it is dramatically different than what was previously approved. And that's, I'm struggling with that.
Yeah, and I'll just say this has been something that's been in the project for a few years now. In this way, it's part of the permitted set of drawings, not part of our recent change. And it's due to the fact of there is no place for these condensers on top of these roofs to maintain this style, this design. We have to find some place to put this equipment that's outside. And that's what this is the way we did it, and keeping it consistent with the architecture, keeping the screen block, keeping the ventilation, and then also with the need of having some ramping to get up to the floor. This was the most consistent way. And this was something that was done, as mentioned, as part of the permitted set of drawings already.
So I guess what I want to suggest to you at this point, I want to hear my colleagues' take on this. Perhaps this could be, the roughness of this could be mitigated with some landscape or a hedge or something in front of all that.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot more landscaping that we don't have in here. So.
And is not consistent with the rest of what's going on here. Again, I think you did a great job redoing the tower element. This still looks pretty bad to me. I know it's not your design, but it needs to be cleaned up, and perhaps landscape can do it. But I want to hear from my colleagues if they have issues with this.
Can I just say something? If you go back to Commissioner Song's point, I think what you're seeing is a change from a more modernist approach to the elevation to a less modernist approach to the elevation. The original elevation had solids and voids as whole planes. In other words, there was a plane of void, a plane of solid, a plane of void, a plane of solid. And here you're mixing it up. And here's just one example. You have this breeze block inserted into a wall, and they're all on the same plane. Whereas before, that was an entire plane of a perforated metal screen. So I think you're mixing up the vocabulary from a modernist approach to this other approach, which doesn't jive with the modern aesthetic. And you can point to examples going down that facade. I also share Commissioner Roberts' concern about the ramp and the equipment. And honestly, I feel like how that change got made, and I don't think it ever went back to AAC. I never saw it in Planning Commission, and I don't think Council saw it either. So, kind of shame on staff if they let that through without letting us know. But I don't see equipment right on Indian Canyon as being conducive to creating hopefully a more holistic street. And I'm not happy with the equipment being there. But again, if you look at the tower in the original design, that perforated element went right to the ground. And here it stopped short of it, even though it's virtually in the same plane. That's what I'm talking about, a more modernist approach in the original design. And you can see more examples of that as you travel north.
Yeah, we can, sorry to chime in. We can look into this more, but I'll tell you the reason for these changes is because of constructibility.
Well, you know what, there's all kinds of reasons, and nothing can't be done.
But
it's
just so you know, the interior,
it's like slipping it in at the last minute, or not the last minute, but we wouldn't have even known about this had you guys not come back with a modification to the spa area. But it doesn't make it any better. Putting large condenser units adjacent to a sidewalk that's supposed to be a pedestrian environment flies in the face of good urbanistic principles.
Yeah, I mean, that is a challenge when you're trying to accommodate that, but still solve for that equipment's got to go somewhere, right? And so
it does have to go somewhere.
It's a challenge, and I think our approach here, we've done two things. We've solved for the ADA access. We've pushed the condensers as close to the building as we can, architecturally screened them. To your point, Commissioner Roberts, we can look at softening that up with landscape or a hedge or a vine of some sort. But in doing so, you are maintaining, and Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, we are maintaining a very pedestrian-friendly walkway between that edge of ramp and back of curb. And it's not, although in this rendering, in perspective, it may render out as being an excessively long walking distance from what is the arrival or the off Indian Wells and the parking garage entrance. But in reality, that ballroom is really, I mean, it's 100 feet plus or minus in terms of distance. And so it's nothing that is, I'd say, although here it may render as if it's a very long impediment, it's really not. It's very concise, and we've tried to, at least the architect has attempted to try to maintain that. Meanwhile, still trying to serve the ballroom, because again, really just it's a challenge in where you locate those. Because if not, there are restrictions based on length of run, which I'm sure y'all are aware for chilled water lines or condenser lines, and so we're trying to balance all that.
May I interrupt you for a moment?
Right.
I appreciate that you have a challenge with this. What I want to suggest to you is that you've proven to us, or at least to me, that you guys can solve some of this. The new tower elevation is much, much better. And I think if you're telling us the only place you can put that equipment is there at the street level, then I know you can do better with the screening of this and have it tie back into the architecture in the building better. The problem with the Indian Canyon side of this building is that it's got two parking entrances or exits. And that element in between, the ballrooms, was a one way to break that up and make it look a little bit better. Right now, it really does look like the alley view of a building that's on a main thoroughfare at a pedestrian street level. So my comments to you are that needs to be cleaned up, and I have faith that you can do it. You can do better with that.
Could we?
So, Commissioner Roberts, Commissioner Roberts, let me address that just for, I have two agendas here. One is to make sure that this building, looks as good as we could possibly make it. This is a $100 million plus project, so obviously we're all very invested in it. Two, we are all under a lot of pressure from a timing standpoint. I would commit to you that, we would go back and look. This is an existing structure, not something we're asking for any changes on. That, we clearly will come back, look at this, and we'll seek to soften this issue for you and for the other commissioners. But I don't know how we, what I would ask is, and don't really know exactly all the processes, but moving forward on our request and having this possibly, we can come back on some basis on this issue.
I'm going to close the public hearing. And the matter is before the commission. I think there's been enough dialogue. People have specific questions, but at this point, it isn't a dialogue. We have decisions to make. Commissioner Roberts, I would take a motion from you.
A motion for me at this point is that this would be continued to give the applicant an opportunity to clean up the Indian Canyon street level elevation on this. I think they've come about 75% in a great direction with respect to the tower. But I think Commissioner Song made some strong points about I guess it's the elevator tower, and at least perhaps having that Brise Soleil, that screening come back down to the street level. And then everything north of that to the next parking garage opening be cleaned up, made more consistent with the rest of the architecture. And especially using this as an opportunity to tie it in with the great changes you've made to the tower element. I'll leave it there.
I will second that motion.
Madam Chair, may I suggest an alternative? Understanding that we are on a time frame that has already been extended, while at the same time completely understanding the concerns of the Planning Commission and agreeing that we do need to resolve those issues. I see from the comments of Commissioner Roberts, and Commissioner Song, and Commissioner Hirschbein, essentially 3 elements that we need to correct. Number 1 is the treatment of the mechanical equipment in terms of landscaping immediately adjacent to it and how that is done. And then has also just been enumerated the garage elevation, the southernmost portion of the garage elevation in terms of the material treatment there, returning it back to the initial approval in those elevations. And then the third item is the details of the base of the stair tower. As I understand, those are the 3 elements that need to be corrected. What I might suggest is that as part of your recommendation to the City Council, requiring them to fix those items, we would ask that the applicant provide us with revised drawings that we would then provide to the City Council for their meeting on the 24th. If that's unacceptable to you to recommend approval with corrections to those 3 things, what we might also do is have a meeting of a Planning Commission subcommittee between now and the City Council meeting on the 24th to give a couple of the Planning Commission members the chance to review those changes before the City Council hears it on the 24th. So either a subcommittee or else a recommendation to approve with corrections to those 2 things. That might keep the applicant on the same path so that we do get this project under construction before the end of the year.
Before we go into that, I'm not in favor of leaving it to the City Council to resolve this because there isn't a designer currently or an architect on the City Council. And so I don't think that's where we want to send these elements. I'm comfortable with a subcommittee, but I'm not comfortable with it going through with an approval unless the subcommittee is satisfied with the result. And so it could be a conditional, let me try this. A conditional approval, the subcommittee being Commissioner Roberts and Commissioner Song, and it going forward as approval only if they are satisfied on those 3 issues. Does that work for you, Commissioner Roberts?
Yes, I accept your amendment.
I do too. May I?
Yep.
To add to the earlier comments, the issue about North Palm Canyon facade also compared to the original design is that there are horizontal elements that would bring the scale down of that 30-foot wall. So if that could be also considered as far as the composition of how to make it more urban and street pedestrian scale, I would like to have that added as well.
If I could just clarify, Commissioner Song, can you repeat what particular element that is?
So there are eyebrows or horizontal elements that bring down the scale or the height of the walls that was originally proposed in the first design.
Okay, got it.
If it would, Madam Chair, if it would help the applicant and to keep this on track, perhaps in an initial meeting with Commissioner Song and myself, we can work directly and give direct input prior to their redesign, if they like that. So perhaps this is a 2-meeting issue before it goes to the City Council. I know we're tight on time, but it might keep this moving along more smoothly. give them some direct input, maybe a little bit more than we have tonight because it's been a lot, and then have them come back to the subcommittee with a finished design.
Staff would be happy to facilitate that.
And how many weeks do we have before it's scheduled to go to City Council?
City Council would be on the 24th. What I'd recommend is that the subcommittee meet with the applicant either tomorrow or Friday, and then again, the middle of next week.
I could only meet with the applicant first thing in the morning or not until Monday.
Okay.
We can make ourselves available.
Thank you, Brian.
It's priority for us.
So this only goes to City Council. You'd need it wrapped up before Thursday, and it would go to City Council if you've gotten to agreement.
That works for me. It works for Commissioner Song.
Can you call the motion? Do we have a well enough articulated motion, Planning Director?
Yes, I understand the motion and the conditions that have been added.
Can you call the roll, please?
So the second is Commissioner Song,
No, it's myself.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Chair Wormick,
Yes.
Commissioner Song,
Yes.
and Commissioner Hirschbein.
No.
The motion passes. 3-1. Moving right along. The last item is Ehoff Canyon View. Does anybody need a break before we get to this? Are we okay?
Madam Chair, can I ask for a 5 minutes break to fix my technical issues real quick?
Yes, we'll have a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you all. I'm going to sign off. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Meeting is called back to order. We are on item 3B, EHOF Canyon View LLC, request for the approval of final development plans for Planned Development District 381, an 80-unit single-family residential subdivision located at the southwest corner of East Palm Canyon Drive and Matthew Drive. I don't believe, well, let's have a staff report. I would like the staff report limited to a drawing showing every change that the applicant has requested.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just give me a few moments to share my screen. David, is it showing?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right. So first, Madam Chair, at the meeting of May 26, 2021, staff had requested for a continuation of the meeting for these reasons. Number one, to have the opportunity to review the questions that were raised regarding the proposed changes to the project and the CEQA findings. Number two, to review the changes to the project and the adopted MND. And three, to invite the city's CEQA consultant to attend the meeting of today and to address questions on the CEQA document. And four, to provide the adopted habitat mitigation and monitoring program to the commission. And number five, for staff to facilitate a meeting between the developer and the Oswit Land Trust. I'm happy to report to you that all these were carried out. Staff and a member of the developers team did meet with Oswit Land Trust group. And real quick, just to go through this real quick for the benefit of those that are watching or those that have submitted questions relative to this project. It is a planned development district application process. There are two processes to every PD project. First, there is a preliminary development plan, which requires the approval and recommendation for approval by the Planning Commission to the City Council. That was done on July 5, 2017. And at that time, the council adopted an MND. They approved a general plan amendment. The ordinance number is 1929, a vesting tentative tract map 36969, the PD itself, and the major architectural approval for the 80 single-family residential units. A notice of determination of that MND was filed with the Riverside County on July 11, 2017. So how do we get to where we are today? Again, the process of planned development district is two. This is the second process of it, which is a final development plan. It does require the approval of the Planning Commission. There are three main findings, according to our code, that the Planning Commission must make in approving a final development plan. Number one is to make sure that the plan is in substantial conformance with the preliminary development approval that was previously approved. And number two, that the final development plan is in substantial conformance with all other associated entitlements for the development plan. And three, that the final development plan has incorporated all the modifications and conditions imposed on the project at the preliminary development stage by the City Council. Again, this project is a gated community. It's not a gated community. It remains an 80 single-family residential unit. The site plan layout and lots are unchanged with the exception of the perimeter area due to the changes in the drainage system. The product types are still the same, and there are no specific changes to the architectural design. Recreation areas are still there, and as I stated earlier, there are changes to one of the elevations regarding the garage windows and color scheme. So, and there is an updated drainage design, which I will go into in a minute. And because the project is no longer required to construct concrete channels. Again, there is a habitat mitigation and monitoring plan that was submitted, and that had been distributed to the Planning Commission. This is the area view of the area of the subject site. The areas in question is again on Linden and Matthew Drive. So if you will recall, the plan that you saw at the preliminary stage and approved by the City Council is this one right here. This is the original landscape plan. These are the areas that were supposed to have concrete channels. This is the updated plan that is being proposed before you. So as you can see, the concrete channels will be eliminated from these areas, and you have a dog park and recreation area at the northwest section of the site plan. Now, so if you put the two plans side by side, this illustrates the changes really. Again, this is the original landscape plan and the site plan that you previously approved. This is the updated, and as you can see, there is a difference between the originally approved when you look at the northeast section of the plan, and then the area along Linden where there was supposed to be a concrete channel, and on Matthew Drive too, where there was supposed to be a concrete channel. Now, because of the elimination of that concrete channel, there has been a change not only to the landscaping, but the lots along this area have gained about 5 feet of additional open spaces on those lots.
Can you point that out with a pointer?
Yes, ma'am. So that will be this area right here. All the lots facing all these lots and these lots too. So those are the main, and of course, this recreation area has increased in size from what you originally approved and what's before you tonight because of the space gain as a result of the changes to the drainage system. Now, along East Palm Canyon, there will be the previously proposed drainage system will no longer be necessary there, again, because of line 41 by the Riverside County Flood Control District. So that has given the applicant the opportunity to plant more trees and more landscaping, and of course the retention basin. That would essentially serve as the on-site retention basin on the East Palm Canyon area of the project. Again, so this is the original approval. There is a difference in the amount of landscaping.
And where was the channel in the Palm Canyon's end? What was the depth of that channel and what changes are there?
So the depth, according to the applicant, remains the same. You know, the depth is not, but staff has had a discussion with them. If there's any way that could be revisited to reduce the depth that is currently being proposed, I will let the applicant speak more to that in depth. They have all the information there.
Okay, questions for staff at this point? Commissioner Hirschbein, and I can't see Commissioner Song, so would you speak up?
Yeah, this is for the attorney, Jim. Under what's been approved and what's before us, what purview do we have in being able to review and approve or not approve the current landscape plan?
Thank you, Commissioner Hirschbein, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I would mention in context that the preliminary plan development district for this project was approved 4 years ago. And under our code, that is really the big discretionary approval that approves the entire plan. At this stage, 4 years later, the Planning Commission is being asked to determine the final development plan and whether it is in substantial conformance with the preliminary development plan. It doesn't have to be perfect conformance, but you need to find that it is in substantial conformance with the plan development or the preliminary plan that was approved 4 years ago. So this is not a reopening of the project. This is a finding a substantial conformance with already approved plans from 4 years ago.
So can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
So obviously it's changed. I mean, it's arguably changed for the better because we no longer have concrete flood control channels bordering the project. But by eliminating the concrete flood control channels, does it open up those areas for review?
For purposes of CEQA, let me answer it. The first answer is there's your code finding you have to make, which is substantial conformance with the preliminary plan. The second issue is concerning CEQA. And as the commission has seen, there's been a lot of discussion about CEQA and whether we reopen CEQA or not. I would mention that under the CEQA statute, the mitigated negative declaration that was approved 4 years ago for this project is considered final unless one of the exceptions in the CEQA law applies. And you heard some of that discussion during public comment this evening about changed circumstances, changed facts, or changed design of the project that is a substantial change that requires a major revision to the MND, or that there would be changed circumstances that make, how do I put this, mitigation measures that could have been and were known about 4 years ago, but weren't done, that mitigation measures that were infeasible 4 years ago that we didn't know about are now suddenly feasible. As you've seen in the city's consultant letter for CEQA, that the conclusion is that no, there aren't new circumstances, there are not new substantial facts or changes to the project, or infeasible measures that would have suddenly now become feasible that would constitute a reopener for CEQA purposes. So the consultant's conclusion is that there is no additional CEQA review required.
Yeah, and I'm not looking to do that, but what I'm asking is on a simpler, more straightforward way, the fact that it changed from a concrete channel to landscaping, does it open up that landscaping area for review by us? In other words, in the original plan, we had some review of the landscaping and we said we wanted trees along the channel and we wanted a dog park and certain trees in the interior. But now that part of it, the channel part of it is gone and they've proposed some new landscaping. Is that landscaping open to us to review? Or because it's not a substantial change, we would have to accept any landscaping they propose at this point?
If you believe the plan as proposed is in substantial conformance with the preliminary plan development district, then we wouldn't have any changes to the landscaping. On the other hand, if you felt that it was not substantially in conformance with the preliminary plan development district, I suppose some adjustments could be made to the landscaping, but relative to the entire project,
I'm not trying to get to the entire project.
Difficult. I think it would be, our office thinks it would be difficult to find that it's not substantially in conformance because this is concerning two landscape areas relative to the entire project. But again, that's just our office's opinion. The commission is free to judge the facts as it sees fit.
Okay.
Can we follow that up? When we had a long discussion last time with the planning director, that because there are these changes, we do have the authority to institute a new landscape plan. And that's a question to both you and the planning director, but that was the guidance we were given at the last meeting.
I believe you could make some changes to the landscaping. I don't believe that, unless you find that it so deviates from the preliminary plan development that it's not in substantial conformance, I don't believe that you would be able to deny final approval just because there's landscaping there, but you may be able to make some adjustments or suggest some changes to the landscaping within the final plan that they are suggesting here.
And we also don't have to agree to 5 additional feet to give to the houses, am I correct? For backyards. They're asking for changes for us that are out of substantial conformance with the original plan.
Well, that's where we get to the ultimate determination of the commission. I believe, if you believe that if it is in substantial conformance, you may be able to make some adjustments to the landscaping, provided it remains landscaping consistent with the final plan. But if you believe that it is not in substantial conformance, then we're not talking about just tweaks to the landscaping. You'd be making a finding of denial of the final development plan. And then we wouldn't be talking about just changes to the landscaping. It would be a denial. I hope that made sense.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Hurd, you had more questions.
No, that was it. I wanted to understand what our purview was here, and I think I do, so thank you.
The one question is, I've been informed that line 41 is not only not built, but is not scheduled to be built for 18 months.
I don't know. I would defer to staff on that question.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think the staff from our engineering department or the applicant may speak to that because they have been, the last I know was that they were ready to, they've sent out a proposal. So I will leave that to the applicant. He's been in more consultation with the county on that.
Is our engineer here? Can they answer that question?
Yes, Mr. Minharas, if you could respond to that question, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, or good evening. Yeah, line 41 is designed, and actually line 41 with Riverside County Flood Control finished their bid opening for the construction of line 41. I think it was approximately about 2 weeks ago. So they're in the process of, if they're in the same process we do, they're in the process of awarding a contract and would be working on construction documents at this time.
And how long would that take? And are we looking at a second?
I'm not sure about the construction schedule. I haven't been brought in on that.
I had been talking to an adjacent landowner who was impacted by this. So
And it's going to be some substantial construction. There's no doubt. It's a rather large project.
And so do we anticipate this project would go forward when line 41 isn't built?
Our discussion here is that because of the hydrology that RCFC has done, Riverside County Flood Control, and because of the plans being designed, they do have 100% funding. That project is going forward. That if the construction of line 41 had not started and Canyon View wanted to go ahead and break ground, that we would work with them on that coordination with Riverside County Flood Control. We would not have any opposition for them to moving forward, knowing that line 41 construction is going to occur.
Thank you. If there aren't more questions from the commission of staff, we wanted to have the applicant make a presentation. I would like to keep the presentations to 10 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just before we start, Commissioner Roberts and Commissioner Song, do you have questions of staff?
Not at this moment.
Nor do I.
Thank you. If we could get the applicant's presentation.
Mr. Hardy is here and will be making a presentation. He also said he can speak to the specifics about line 41.
Thank you. Let me know when you see my screen and if I need to flip the screens to the display. Okay. Can you please let me know what you're seeing?
We see the split screen.
Okay, let me swap it. How about now?
That's better.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Edward, for the presentation. Again, my name is David Hardy, and I represent EHOF Canyon View. I just want to expand just the minor modifications that Edward covered. Again, these largely center around the stormwater design and landscape design, and a couple architectural enhancements that really were didn't really go into detail because we've been focusing on the perimeter project, but I still want to touch base on. So just to quickly back up again, line 41 project site is here highlighted in green. Line 41 does incorporate, this is only a portion, this is section 3. Let me get my pointer. So line 41, it essentially takes all the stormwater that was coming on our site from the south and from the west, and it redirects it into this basin that they will be constructing. It'll then put it into an underground RCP line and then down south along East Palm Canyon Drive. There's also a portion that goes through a trailer park just west of Cherokee. That is section 4. In terms, Madam Chair, of your timing, I was told by the engineer at County Flood, once they do begin work, it is about a 450 workday timeline from groundbreaking to completion. So assuming that they start work in September of this year, that takes into about early summer of 2023. Okay. Again, this is the project site. There's been a lot of talks of storm or existing channels surrounding the site. Just as a point of clarification, really where it's surrounding is along East Palm Canyon View and the southeast portion of Matthew Drive surrounding the project. Another important point to note is once line 41 is constructed, the sources of the water that comes down these channels here at Linden and here at Matthew are effectively cut off and then redirected into line 41. As noted by the project biologist who spoke during public comment period, that renders these channels as really no longer channels, but more as a desert scrub habitat. This was analyzed in the county's EIR that was published and notice of determination was filed. So they are effectively mitigating for the impacts that they're doing to our site. In addition, we are also mitigating for these impacts, even though we're not effectively having those impacts anymore, but we didn't change the mitigations at all. So again, these are being doubly mitigated, if you will. To jump on to what Edward showed earlier, this is the landscape design plan as shown on the PDD submittal back in 2019. That's important to note because I did submit for PDD submittal 2019. However, city staff told me to stop all work and to go back to the drawing board to now tie into line 41. And speaking directly to this retention basin here, this is again unchanged except for a small portion up here was decreased in size, but this was always a retention basin for all the on-site storm flows. The change is the retention portion was underground, and I'll show this in a section view in a few slides from now, which required essentially large underground cistern systems that were going to have to excavated and placed under here for all of our on-site stormwater treatment and retention. Again, as Edward noted, there were concrete line channels along Linden and Matthew, and that arrives to the site plan we have today. So again, original today. The changes, again, and noted this, is the dog park slightly increases because the size of retention basin doesn't have to be as large anymore because we don't have those underground cistern systems. This also allows, and this Commissioner Song, this was a point that you made in the email to staff, was how do we add pedestrian and bicycle access to the site? By doing this, we were able to add access directly to East Palm Canyon View and then over to Linden as well. In addition to that, we can also create a small pedestrian access gate at the fire access point down here to add pedestrian and bicycle access down on Matthew. So while this does increase in here, I'm aware that staff would like a new condition added that DG is taken away from here. I'm perfectly okay with that. We can add turf in here. That was just more of me trying to be a little add drought tolerant, be water conscious, and also comply with the state's MWELO calculations, but we can make some sacrifices elsewhere to incorporate turf in this dog park. Moving along, we have the changes along South Linden Way. So again, the concrete storm channel is removed. One important fact I want to point out is the enhancements that we make to the pedestrian realm, and I can show that once we get into the section view of this. And then finally, as noted, we did make some enhancements along here. Again, with the removal of the concrete lined channel, we have a succulent garden, a shade sitting area, and this was both along Matthew and South Linden. Again, this is to enhance the public benefit of the project. Again, and that's my understanding is the intent of the PDD process. So I apologize about this slide. It is reversed, but I wanted to be consistent with the direction we're viewing with the following slide. So this is the original section view along Matthew Drive. As approved, the sidewalk was 5 feet. It was immediately on Matthew Drive. We had a 12-foot landscape area, a 30-foot flood control channel that was concrete lined, a 4-foot area for trees, and this was added by Planning Commission, I believe, during comments. They wanted some trees over here to help buffer and soften this, and then the wall. And now, as proposed, this concrete channel is obviously removed. We added a softening element of landscape parkway of 5 feet to separate the pedestrians from the fast-moving vehicles on Matthew. We increased the width of the sidewalk by 3 feet, so now it's an 8-foot sidewalk. At mature growth, these trees will create a fully shaded walkway, as noted in the conditions of approval. And now we have a 33-foot landscape buffer. And one important point to note is there's been a lot of comments about preserving these areas. To make this site drain properly, both for sewer and stormwater, we have to raise it up by 6 feet in some areas. And so that's why we have to show and raise the site, and we have to have some grading impacts to the perimeter, because again, we're raising the site by as much as 6 feet in some areas. And given that this landscape buffer is 33 feet, just to the back of sidewalk, not even to the street, we thought it'd be nice to incorporate additional 5 feet for private open space to the homeowners. Madam Chair, if this is a sticking point to you and the commission, we can certainly go back to the 5 foot to increase this buffer, the landscape area by additional 5 feet. So it's no matter to me if you want to make a finding that we go back to the original 5 foot setback between the face of the building to the perimeter wall. I'm perfectly okay with that. Commissioner Roberts, you spoke to this the last meeting. You wanted to see how the original design of the retention basin along East Palm Canyon, how it was designed then and where we are today. Just because I wanted to display the dimensions here, I didn't reverse it. So we're looking at two different directions, unfortunately. So I apologize. So this is East Palm Canyon view on this side on the original design, and East Palm Canyon is over here on the proposed design. So it's just by means of what our plans laid out. However, the depth of the channel that we need to excavate, I'm sorry, not channel, the retention basin does not change. The impacts, there's a slightly less of a slope. This is a 2 1/4 to 1 slope. This is a 2 to 1 slope. The bottom width of this is 22 feet on the original design. It's a little bit smaller on the proposed design. But again, the biggest point to point out here is these underground storm chambers that are now eliminated. So this would have taken and displaced 15,000 cubic yards of soil to put these in. There were 5 separate 46-foot long chambers that had to go underneath. That's a significant impact that would have had to taken place. Those are now eliminated, and we can simply excavate a small amount, about 2 to 3 feet, to get to the bottom that we need. And again, these dimensions are dictated by stormwater standards because we have to capture, retain, and treat all on-site stormwater in the event of a 100-year flood. And so that's why this basin is the size that it is today. Again, and this is mentioned by staff at the last meeting, is there's a small amount of water that we need to treat coming off of East Palm Canyon. And so that's why we're kind of relegated to this location of having the retention basin. And then in terms of the internal layout and design, Edward did mention that there was a change to the color palette. So we worked with Christopher Kennedy, whom you may know locally with his work, and particular to Modernism Week. He provided this matrix that you see here today. We wanted to update the matrix to really have schemes that tie into each particular elevation style. Before, it was 9 schemes across all elevations. We thought that's a bit busy by our experience in the past. Rather, again, we wanted to accentuate the elevations through material and texture, and really have splashes of color in there to create differentiation between each product or each floor plan. So with that, there's 30 total variations of houses that you can have when you apply that across 5 floor plan types, 3 elevations, and 2 schemes per elevation. And then lastly, there was a change that Edward noted on the windows of the of 1 elevation type of the garage doors. Again, this is something that the commission doesn't want us to change. I'm certainly open to it. This was just my attempt at trying to be a little more energy conservation purposes of I didn't want to have so much glazing on an unconditioned garage space. And so I wanted to reduce that solar heat gain effect of having windows in a garage. But again, if the planning commission sees that this is a departure too much from the original design, I'm happy to go back. And with that, that concludes my portion. I know there's been a lot of comments. There's been some conversations that I've had with Oswood Trust, but in times, you know, with being conscious of timing, Madam Chair, I'll go back to you and I can address those items if you wish. If not, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If you are there questions of the applicant? This is before the commission. Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hardy, for your presentation. So my question is, if this drainage swale, or whatever we want to call it at this point, retention area, I'm not quite clear on what it is at this point, you essentially have to excavate out a little bit of soil from the bottom. And I'm guessing that that's an engineering requirement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if that has to happen, the concerns that I'm hearing are that we need to keep some of it native to some degree, which makes sense. And I think that at this point, it would probably benefit the development to add some of that back as well. Would it not benefit your project and your pocketbook to simply excavate what you need and then restore native planting to that area?
Sure. But again, the elevations that we have in the retention area, it needs to be completely graded to get down to an elevation that allows us to capture a 100-year flood event.
I understand that. I understand from what you're telling me, and we'll have staff confirm it, that with respect to engineering, you have to excavate. So if you have no choice in that, I understand. And then you would be willing to adjust the landscape to go back to more of a native planting.
Yes, the palette that's in front of you today in the conceptual plan, it does show a native and desert landscape that is both water conscious and again, native to the California desert. And we can certainly enhance those plans if necessary. So yes, to answer your question, yes.
One last question. I was at the site today and spent a little bit of time there, and the areas in question are a mess, full of garbage, shopping carts, and homeless encampments. I don't know how any native species is surviving in that area right now, but there are some older trees there. Are you able to maintain them, do your excavation, and maintain those old growth trees that are there?
Sure. I'm glad you brought that up. There's been one tree in particular and a lot of comments at the corner of Linden and Matthew, a desert willow. I took a look at that one in particular. There is a possibility we can retain that tree. There is my fear as we get more in detail on this, it may be in the right of way where the sidewalk or even the curb and gutter goes for us to grade and recompact and put in the streets and sidewalk with the willow having a spreading low elevation root structure. We may damage those roots and it could damage the tree. But I would propose that perhaps the Planning Commission can make a condition of approval that I work with staff to come up with a plan that logs existing trees on site and if possible will retain and conserve in place.
Mr. Hardy, thank you. That concludes.
Absolutely.
Other questions of the applicant? I have some then. Edward, can I take your slide back up that shows the changes? Or actually, there's also a slide that shows where the water flow was that the applicant had. So either of those slides.
So David, can you share yours again?
Sure, happy to.
Okay.
Let me swap it again. There you go.
The channels on Linden, when I looked at Linden looks to me like it's been completely graded, destroyed in most instances, except for a tree that's at the beginning of the channel.
Correct. There is one right here,
Which is fairly major and should be hopefully could be conserved. And I don't know what the species is, but it's probably a 30-year-old tree. Then going over to the other side, it looks like most of the channels, just going to the south side of the plan, and move your cursor just not into where it goes into the property, but just along the edges.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here?
Yeah, sort of right there.
Mm-hmm.
That area looks like it was an area that had, and you're not being required to maintain channels along that?
That's correct. So part of the line 41 is they will do extensive grading work in here and to construct a head wall and inlet system. And so they're going to have a temporary construction easement and then a permanent easement in the corner. If I may, I'll scroll down to a slide that I kept in my pocket. Here we are. So this, again, is a blow up of that, what we were just looking at, overlaid with our grading plan to show that, again, that this is a path that needs to be raised about 6 feet to get to elevation. So this area right here, again, is going to be installed by Riverside County Flood Control. You can maybe be hard to see. You can see a very faint dotted line here. That is their construction easement of the work they'll be doing.
So they're essentially raising that area or doing their own excavation work in that area. And is it going to change the entire path where you see the water flow?
Yes.
Now there's a rock gully in that area from essentially from your entryway to Palm Canyon.
Yes, along here.
So what's going to happen in that area with the county? Are they doing anything in that area?
What the county is not specifically doing something to that. I'm sorry, let me scroll back to this area. What they are doing is where this cross gutter is in Matthew right now, they're adding a catch basin on the north side of Matthew right here where my cursor is. So that's catching all of the off-site water flows and then redirecting back into this proposed basin right here. So this channel no longer has a water source once line 41 is constructed.
Okay. Then to some extent, the area, what we've gotten from Oswett Land Trust was a request to leave as much of the indigenous plantings along Palm Canyon. And I think they were going from your entry area down, but all of those areas are going to be required to be graded by the engineers in the city.
As the plans, yes, as they call it. Let me scroll back down for you. Again, this is kind of a blow up, but as it shows right now, yes, because there is significant lift that needs to take place on the site to get to the pad elevations that are required.
Okay. The other question we got was on landscape, was adding, and what it looks like to me is we do have a new landscape. The one thing that does change is the landscape. Are you open to keeping any of the existing landscape other than the trees?
Sure. So let me back up again, if I may. So we certainly looked at that, but to go back to a point I made earlier, to raise the sites, we now need to incorporate a slope because we're raising the internal layout of the site. So to preserve this landscape, that's going to take significant retaining walls surrounding the entire project to avoid any grading in here.
So where would the retaining walls have to go to avoid grading? Can you explain?
Well, sure. So those would be, you need at least a small bench like we had in the previous from your perimeter wall, and then a retaining wall, call it here. And then this would be a grading impact, the non-grading impact area. Again, the issue with that is maintenance of the area, and also significant costs that we would be incurring on that retaining wall, because that's running the entire project.
Okay.
If I may, Madam Chair, so there were two Oswett proposals that came in front of us. One was a letter dated from May 25th. Another was an email from today. So in terms of something I'd like to propose in response to that is, from the letter on May 25th, the public art area that is part of the site plan, it was actually a good idea, is have an educational board and even like a box for pamphlets to provide educational opportunities on the Casey's June beetle in particular, or any other native species or cultural habitats. And I am happy to provide those boards and accept language or exhibits that we can incorporate onto these from Oswett. This would be maintained by the developer and eventually the HOA once they take over the community. And so I think that's a great idea, and I'm very happy to incorporate that to the design of the art and the art park right here at the corner of Matthew and Highway 111.
And the other is they had offered to work with you on indigenous plants and plantings, so that the plantings that were put in are not just desert scape and drought tolerant, but also indigenous?
Sure. I'm very happy to work with them on taking a look at our plant palette, and we can incorporate their ideas of which, if there's particular plants we can incorporate into the design. Again, I would hope that we moved forward on the PDD and this become a staff level review after the fact that ensures that, I'm working with Oswit, on those items.
Thank you. Are there other questions? There being none, I'm going to turn this back to the commission.
Chair, I was going to call you Chairwoman, Madam Chair. I'm a little bit confused. I hear a willingness with the applicant to try to maintain some of the native area. It seems to me that even with excavation, if they are able to plant some native plants or replace much of the native plants, that may solve the issues, but I'm not an expert in this area. So I look to my colleagues on this, quite frankly. And is there anything staff can offer here with respect to the engineering requirements or any adjustments we can make to maintain some of the larger native trees and vegetation, which will, house whatever native wildlife is there. The applicant seemed very willing to work with staff to maintain the trees and so forth. How would we structure something like that? Is my question to staff.
Madam Chair, if I can just come in real quick, maybe this will address some of the concerns expressed by Commissioner Roberts. So there were two conditions that staff would be recommending to the Planning Commission should the motion will be for approval. Number one, PLN 25, that the developer shall be required to install turf in the dog park and that there should be no decomposed granite. That's number one. Number two, that because of the changes to the landscape, that if the
couldn't hear it. Could you repeat the first one?
Oh, okay. The first one is that in the dog park, that the developer shall be required to install turf in the dog park. There should be no decomposed granite installed in the dog park. That's the first one. And that the second one is to have the Architectural Review Committee take a look at the changes to the landscape, especially with what the developer is proposing tonight to work with us regarding the reuse of native plants, that we have either the full AAC or have a subcommittee of the AAC to take a look at those and the new plant legend that will be proposed by the applicant.
To me, it may mean that we need to walk this site and identify what's to be saved.
And then that's the applicant agreed to that he will work with staff to log and to compile the list of plants that would be that could be saved.
If I could just add to that, the language was to log the existing trees and conserve in place. And so what we would recommend based on that suggestion is an added condition to that effect, also including perhaps looking at the routes of sidewalks so that we can preserve existing plant materials to do that.
The one thing that I'd like to do is conserve and then, add to and then eliminate planting so that you maintain something. To the extent possible, I'd like to maintain as much of the existing planting as is possible. And I don't know that we can just hand this off to AAC and have them understand how to do that.
Madam Chair, is this something that we can offer staff to help us with in terms of monitoring it, getting a preservation plan that staff then monitors during construction?
I think so. I think that having the biologist who's hired be hired by the city as opposed to be hired by the developer, and that it be monitored by staff during construction with their help.
So, Madam Chair, I have another condition here. PLN 27, that the city to hire a biologist, it simply reads that the city of Palm Springs shall hire a biologist to implement all mitigation measures associated with the project at the expense of the developer.
Just not mitigation measures, but the landscape plan that we arrive at.
Okay, so we can add that to, we'll reward the condition, that the wordings of the conditions to include the landscape plans.
Including the preservation component.
Okay.
Preservation component in the landscape plan, and the addition of plants that are added are indigenous, including the trees.
Okay.
The willow, for example, is an indigenous tree.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I might add that if there are trees that have to go, if there are large trees, staff should know about that ahead of time.
And agree to it.
Well, Madam Chair,
yes.
Are we also tasking Public Works to therefore work with the applicant? So if the curb and gutter or if the sidewalk, it's in the way that there will be some flexibility. I believe that this is more a policy issue as well, because as we all know, when streets are improved, it's not just a 6-inch sidewalk, 6-inch curve and then an 8-foot sidewalk. You have to disturb a lot of a greater area. And so when we have these conditions for these projects in which, they have to be continuous sidewalk or curb and gutter and so on, it may limit what we can do with the landscape. So are we in some ways, are we asking Public Works to be open to or creative to work around these historic trees?
Flynn, can we do that?
Yes, at the direction of the Planning Commission, we can do the best to our ability to work around those types of things. There are some limits in terms of the grading, but in terms of plant materials, where we can perhaps look at how we might reroute the sidewalk, those are things we can do because we do have a rather generous landscape buffer to work within.
And minimal grading? Only grading where necessary?
In terms of grading, maybe Mr. Manjares, if you could perhaps address that.
Yeah, we would be willing to work with their engineer once the final grading and street improvement plans have been submitted for our review. Grading is something that we can work with them on. Curb and gutter gets a little more difficult to do because of transferring water in a gutter line. Water doesn't like to make too many 90-degree bends or that sort of thing. So we would have to rely on the topos given so to see if whether or not the designs work, but we could work with them on it to see what could be done.
So we're looking at, and we've got two people who've asked to speak, but let's get to where we're going with this. We're looking at, I would say, a preliminary landscape plan that would come back to us first, and then we could send it to AAC, which would basically require minimal grading. Leave as many of the existing native plants and trees intact, add to the plantings with indigenous plantings, that the condition that Edward mentioned about the hiring of a biologist that would report to staff at the applicant's expense, And the other thing is, I think, put the placement of the construction fencing in such a way that it doesn't impact, that it has the minimum impact on the existing native plants.
Madam Chair, there's one more item that I would like to suggest for the biologist to weigh in on that new landscape plan, because if the native landscape does not have a water source, if it's no longer a channel, then we will end up having dead landscape. So therefore, we need to have the biologist weigh in on the new landscape design.
With that, are people comfortable with the conditions we've been talking about? At this point, I'd like to allow Mr. Hardy and then Jane Garrison to address them before we call the roll. Commissioner Hirschbein.
Well, to address Commissioner Song's point, would we consider irrigating these areas to the extent that they would be irrigated under natural conditions?
Yes.
And then I want to address the Matthews Way frontage. And there was a hesitation on the developer's part that to maintain the existing native ground cover would require a retaining wall. And I'd like to remind staff that the developer is already saving probably millions and millions of dollars by not having to do the drainage on his site, that the taxpayers are paying that bill for him. And he said up to 6 feet, but I believe it probably tapers down from there to something significantly less to retain the, if it's worth retaining that existing ground cover, the indigenous ground cover along Matthews. I don't see that as a reason not to. If it's not worth retaining, then yeah, go ahead and grade it. But if it is worth retaining that ground cover, I don't see a 6-foot retaining wall at the highest, and then it's going to taper down to something much less than that at the other end as being a financial impediment, considering how much enormous amount of money he's saving at really a taxpayer expense.
Let's add that in. Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to suggest that I think we all have the same goal in mind, but none of us do this for a living. And it seems to me that the applicant is clear. I want to hear from the applicant, but we just need to have a professional working with the applicant on any adjustments we can make to preserve what we can preserve. And I don't think any of us know exactly what that means, because we need a real professional looking at that. So I'm afraid of giving specific directions other than asking the applicant as a condition of approval to work with a landscape person that specializes in the preservation of native plantings and how that happens and how it gets irrigated, if it gets irrigated. I just don't think any of us are in the position to make those determinations.
Can we hear from Mr. Hardy and then from Jane Garrison? And then we'll go on to discussion. Mr. Hardy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the condition being added for a project biologist to be hired directly by the city, mitigation measure MMIV-1 already dictates that we do hire biologists. Again, we contract directly with them. So is this stating that we now hire 2 separate project biologists? I need to know this for my own clarification, please.
I don't think that's what we're suggesting.
Yeah, that is not what we're suggesting.
Okay. Secondly, in terms of the inventory of existing trees on site, I would please ask for a caveat that we preserve where feasible. Again, with the tree on the corner of Linden and Matthew, that is within the right of way. It could perhaps be where the street is. And also per code, it blocks the view triangle of coming out on the street for departing vehicles going southbound on Linden Way. So again, there's little caveats in there that I want to be that we're feasible with the plan on site. It doesn't affect the plan on site. So we are still conforming with the original PDD as approved by City Council. And so that's that. Commissioner Hirschfein, I appreciate your comments about saving money. That is actually a misnomer. We were ready to go. We supplied the final PDD review documents back in 2019. This project has effectively been delayed by 2.5 years now. We could have been selling homes right now at the peak of what is probably one of the most tremendous selling markets right now in Palm Springs. So there's severe economic losses with that. So in addition to that, the displacement of dirt displacement we would have had to raise the site that we need, that would have come from excavating the channels along, and now we have to bring those in. So
discuss. Please keep to the topic we asked you to discuss.
Understood. That was brought up, so I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Ms. Garrison, you wanted to speak.
Yes, I just wanted, you can hear me, right, Kathy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to clear up a few things that came up. The applicant, I would like to start with by saying the applicant said in our letter we were asking for the public art display to become a educational nature with signage. That was, of course, if we were leaving the natural wash and the natural vegetation and the endangered species. But if you are completely destroying everything, what are we educating about except the fact that there used to be an endangered species that lived here, but the applicant was unwilling to try to work. The other thing
Can you go to the positive side?
Yes.
Of what you think we should be doing?
So we would like to be able to come up with a plan prior to this moving ahead, just because it has been challenging to come to an agreement. I think it would be great to bring in one of the biologists from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to see what they think about which part of the wash could be retained and also which vegetation would be helpful. It would be great in deciding on what areas are retained. It's not just about a tree and a plant, but if there's a habitat and there are species that live there, it would be good to have not just staff, but a biologist. I'm sure UCR would help us. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, I'm sure would help. And we can walk the site together with staff and with the applicant. And I think if we all work together and come up with a plan and then bring it back to the Planning Commission at either the next meeting or the meeting after, then we come up with something that everyone walks away that we feel like it was a win-win.
Flint, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to say one thing. And Commissioner Michael was correct. You know, the applicant talked about a retaining wall and it was possible. Well, let's look at that. Let's look at every single option. We have options here and we are willing to help. We are willing to bring our specialists, our experts in and to work together on this. Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts.
If I'm not mistaken, the applicant has already agreed to have a biologist work with them on this landscape plan to mitigate the impacts to native species and to native plantings. Perhaps the applicant is willing to work with the fish and game biologist that Jane is suggesting. I don't think this needs to keep coming back to us. I think at some point, if the condition is that a plan must be conceived by and with a licensed biologist, we've done our job here. I don't think we can hold this applicant back for months on end just for it to come back before us. That's my personal take. I think we can entrust it to a licensed biologist and then sending this off to staff.
let's see if we can go through what we had before for conditions and see if we can get to a point that we can act on something. Flynn, do you have what we had been looking at as a motion?
Yes, I do. The first condition was relative to having a landscape plan come back to the Planning Commission for review and approval before sending it on to the ARC for final approval. As part of that landscape plan, I believe your intent from your discussion is to have a biologist hired by the city to consult on that plan relative to conservation of plant materials and habitat. The second condition is to perform minimal grading on the site in order to conserve as much of the landscape as possible. That would require our engineering staff to work with the applicant's engineer relative to the grading plan. Third is to leave native trees and plants intact as part of the design of the landscape plan in terms of logging and cataloging existing trees and plant materials to conserve in place. Number 4 is relative to using indigenous plant materials in the perimeter landscape buffer areas. Number 5 is that the biologist is to report to staff at the applicant's expense. Number 6, construction fencing shall be placed with minimum impact on native plants. Number 7 is that the biologist shall participate in the development of the landscape plan. And then number 8 was a condition from Commissioner Hirschbein, and I'm going to apologize, Mr. Hirschbein. I didn't quite get it down the way that you had worded it, but relative to employing retaining walls where feasible in the perimeter landscape buffer areas. Is that?
Well, it was the area along Matthews was the section cut that was shown to us. And apparently the pad elevation of the housing is could be up to 6 feet above the street level. But I think it tapers down because the applicant said up to 6 feet. So I'm assuming that means it tapers down along Matthews. So my point was that, a 6-foot retaining wall, I'm conditioning it on if that existing ground cover is worth saving. And to Commissioner Roberts' point, I don't know if it is, but the biologist can certainly tell you that. And if it is, I don't see a 6-foot retaining wall tapering down from that point as an impediment to saving ground cover if it's deemed important enough by our esteemed biologist who's yet to be named.
Okay.
So adding to this works for people, would be with the addition, because of the changes in the landscape, the elimination and changes of the concrete swales and trenching, the one area that we're looking at is of changing to deem this substantially complete is landscape. So with this comes a determination that with this, it will be substantially complete. And I have no problem with their extending the side yards on Linden and Matthews out 5 feet. I think we should do that given these changes. So in exchange for that, and because of the section 41, and we're assuming that if this, and we're assuming with this that they can go ahead even if line 41 isn't in place when they start building?
That was their indication, yes.
So, and city's comfortable with that?
You've had testimony from our engineer that yes, we are comfortable based on the timeline that we have before us.
Okay.
So, is that a motion, Madam Chair?
I think that is a motion.
Madam Chair, one other item about the garage doors with the openings. My recommendation would be to keep it per the original design. if, and the applicant has already expressed that he's flexible to that.
You were okay with the change in the windows and in the colors?
The colors are fine, but I would like for the garage doors to have the openings. It has to do with the massing of the unit. So the garage having the windows looks like there's something through. And then also, I understand about energy conservation, but daylighting is also important into the garage.
Okay, is everybody comfortable with that?
I second your motion with Commissioner Song's amendment.
Comments, Commissioner Hirschbein?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner Song, comments?
Thank you, I'm good.
Commissioner Roberts? Is that clear enough, Flynn, for what we need to do?
Sorry. Yes, it is.
Fine. So can you call the roll, please?
Chair Wormuth,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Song,
Yes.
Commissioner Hirschbein.
Yes.
This did include grass in the dog park?
Correct.
Thank you. With that, I think we have finished our agenda, Planning Commission reports and questions. There being none, director's report.
Madam Chair, I'll try to be quick on this. For the subcommittee on the hotel project, we've set up a meeting for 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Commissioner Song, I don't know if you got the email yet or not, but we were doing that in the background while you were having the discussion on this item. And the applicant has confirmed their attendance at that. So Commissioner Roberts, Commissioner Song, and Chair Wormuth, you are invited to attend that subcommittee meeting tomorrow. The appointment of AAC members, we are coming up on the finish of some of the terms of some of our members. I would anticipate that we would do the reappointments at your first meeting in July. So just be ready for that. Also, in terms of the appointment of the election of the chair and the vice chair for Planning Commission, we typically do that at the end of the fiscal year in June. What I would recommend is that we delay that until we have our 7th Planning Commissioner appointed so that they can also participate in that election. I believe that will happen also at the beginning of July. So that's when we should expect to do that. And then finally, if time permits at our first Planning Commission meeting in July, I'd like to have a brief training session as part of our regular Planning Commission meeting about the new architectural review and development permit process. It's been a while since we've talked about that and made our changes to the ordinance. So I think it might be helpful if we just have a very brief training session on what those changes will entail and the findings that you all will be making as part of those. So those are all the things that I have to report this evening. Thank you very much.
Before I adjourn, I did have one more thing. The City Council 2 weeks or last week indicated that they were going to be hiring 2 code enforcement officers for cannabis who would be trained not only in odor control, but in enforcing all of the requirements for cannabis operation. And they're going to be dedicated only to cannabis. They will be, I believe, working through the police department under the direction of the Department of Special Programs, although that's, I'm not sure I'm completely clear on that. And it did come in response to the concerns that Planning Commission raised about there not being, us not being confident that that the conditions that were being imposed on projects were being enforced. So I had written an initial email to them with our concerns because there wasn't time before their first meeting and did testify on it. Some of the actions they took were really followed the requests that we had made and then comments from the director of special programs about the need. So instead of sending a letter of concern about enforcements, I think we should be sending a letter of thank you to them for hearing our concerns about enforcement of cannabis. If that is agreeable. With that, I'm going to adjourn our meeting until, help me with the date.
June the 23rd.
This meeting is adjourned until June the 23rd at 5:30.
Thank you. Good job, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.